Good morning, everybody. I think we can start. There are still colleagues joining in, but as we go along, they're welcome to join. Great seeing all the faces again this morning. Please feel welcome to the Transport Forum, proudly hosted this morning by Bid Air Cargo. And it's great seeing all of you here. While people are joining, let's do a little bit homework quickly. Please keep yourselves on mute so that we don't have too many background noises and echoes and all this type of stuff. And then also, you're welcome to make use of the chat room at the bottom of your screen. You'll see there's a chat option. And using the chat option, you can then, share contact details with each other network and so on. And also, type questions for the panelists. If you have questions for the panelists, you're welcome to use the chat room to type in questions for the panelists. So that will be highly appreciated. We try not to interrupt our presenters with questions during the presentations. We keep that for the questions and answers sessions. So the program today, let me just mention you will all receive an email after the event requesting feedback on the event, and also should you feel that we need to invite other people into the session, then it will be done. We obtain their approval and then we add them to the Transport Forums database as well. All right, so let's put up our program for today. Let me just get my screen sorted here. All right, so we're looking at air services today, and proudly hosted, as I said, by by Air Cargo. Obviously, these events are complementary. So we have valued sponsors making this possible, and we need to give our sponsors recognition for all their support through the years. And it's great having them on board, making the Transport Forum possible. The Transport Forum has been in operations now for more than 14 years. So these sponsors, all of them made it possible for us to have these sessions complementary to the public. All right, so we have formal industry alliances with professional bodies. We're proud in having the South African Association of Freight Forwarders, South African Express Parcel Association, SABOA, the Bus Operators Association, and the Africa Rail Industry Association, and Chartered Institute of Logistics and Transport. They've signed up for formal relationship with the Transport Forum. If you look at the SAIPA, Gary, I don't know if you want to say a few words about SAIPA quickly.
Thank you, Harry. Yeah, I mean, so SAIPA represents the courier industry, which of course is one of the fastest growing components of transportation. Our membership consists of the large multinationals, the large domestic operators, right down to micro players. So we are the voice of the industry in South Africa, and very proud to be associated with the Transport Forum. Thank you.
Thank you, Gary. Thank you very much. Your support is very much appreciated. SABOA, Bus Operators Association, they were formed in 1980, and they were formed by 5 leading bus companies at the time. Today, SABOA represents about 70% of the public transport bus and coach fleet. So it's great having Basil Govender and team with the Transport Forum. We've got the South African Association of Freight Forwarders, established in 1921 already. They make a major contribution to facilitate trade within South Africa, and the member companies manage over 80% of South Africa's international trade. So thank you to South African Association of Freight Forwarders. We've got African Rail Industry Association, the eminent body in South Africa representing players in the railway industry, rail infrastructure, and so on. They work hard on third-party access to enhance our rail infrastructure in the country. So Marcela and Tlapo and their team are working hard together with the private sector to make things happen in the rail industry. Chartered Institute for Logistics and Transport, they say they're the leading international professional body for everyone who works within supply chain, logistics and transport. It's a network of national councils and sections in over 30 countries, still services the interests of over 30,000 members. It's a professional body committed to the advancement of logistics and transport. So thank you, Catherine Larkin and your team. And then we've got media alliances. Former media partners to the Transport Forum. We've got Freight News and Railways Africa and Engineering News. If you look at Freight News, established, innovative, effective, it was founded in 1953 by John Marsh and continues to be run as a family business by Dave, second generation, and Anton, third generation. And this is all about logistics news. And these organizations you need to subscribe to be up to date and be kept up to date what's happening in our logistics industry. We've got Railways Africa magazine, Philippa Dean and her team is the African Continent Specialist Trade Technical business-to-business online publication covering all aspects of the rail sector, rail infrastructure and so on. Very important publication. And Engineering News recently joined us. We're very proud in having them on board. Real Economy News, real time, premier source of real economy news. Daily coverage of South Africa's transport and automotive sectors, accurate and timely news reportage. And they're also providing us with a video. I would like to play you the video clip. It's great having some updates from them. You know, in terms of what's happening in the industry. Let's listen to this clip.
Hello and welcome to the roundup of this week's edition of the Engineering News and Mining Weekly magazine, published on Friday, 20 August 2021. In this week's cover article, Engineering News and Mining Weekly features writer Darren Parker discusses the United States' move to secure the critical minerals for electric vehicle supply chains. In early June, after conducting a 100-day assessment of supply chain vulnerabilities, the White House issued a statement declaring that electric vehicle or EV supply chains, specifically those for the manufacture of large-capacity EV batteries, are among the most vulnerable and most critical to the economic future of the US. The Engineering News features focus on water purification and treatment, where a holistic approach to water management is essential to achieve resource sustainability. Eskom, where the state-owned power utility is progressing with plans to repower and repurpose some coal power stations. Air, gas, fumes and dust control, with a safety equipment supplier releasing a wearable personal dust monitoring device. And food and beverage, where the compartment system ensures pork safety. The Mining Weekly features include a preview of Mine Expo International, where an original equipment manufacturer is set for a strong presence at the expo. And platinum group metals, which are helping to keep the economy afloat. This week's business leader is Yershan Pillay, CEO of the Chemical Industries Education and Training Authority. And as this week's cartoon shows, high youth unemployment is a potential match that could ignite future fuses linked to the social problems of poverty and extreme inequality in South Africa. We hope you enjoy this week's edition of Creamer Media's Engineering News and Mining Weekly, the magazine that offers you news about developments in the real economy. Happy reading and see you next time.
Great, thanks to Engineering News. This is great having them on board. All right, ladies and gents, we sponsored and hosted today by Bidwell Cargo. I don't know if Gary or Muriel want to say a few words about Bidwell Cargo.
Thank you, Harry. No, I think, you know, the banner says it all. We have a partnership with Star Air Cargo, who operate the aircraft on our behalf. You know, we are a major player in the South African domestic market operating overnight express services for the courier industry and daytime emergency services through passenger airlines. Thanks, Harry. And of course, we're delighted to be part of this forum and particularly honored to be the sponsor today.
Thank you, Gary. Thank you very much. Betty Cargo is also sponsoring the journalist write-up for this event, which we will share with you guys afterwards. It will be available next week. Liesel Venter, journalist, is doing the write-up for us. Thank you very much for that. Right, University of Johannesburg been part of the Transport Forum since the very start. Institute for Transport and Logistics Study, proud having them as part of the Transport Forum, also mentoring myself quite a lot. So we really appreciate them. At CTRAC, don't know if there's somebody from CTRAC want to say a few words perhaps. Now, they span 6 continents, over 55 countries, over 30 years of experience, and they're making things always visible. So important to have all your assets visible always. They're committed to their vision of being an innovative global solution provider, simply connecting people with information. Today, you can't be without having your assets visible anymore. Thank you, CTRAC, all the years since the start, part of the Transport Forum as gold sponsor. Zutari, somebody from Zutari perhaps? Zutari has been part of us, I think, around about 7 years already as a gold sponsor. Previously, Oricon, consulting engineering of note. So it's great having them on board. Thank you, Zutari. Ability, somebody from Ability perhaps? They are a new sponsor to the Transport Forum, gold sponsor. Niche insurance products since 2011, commercial insurance underwriters, acting on behalf of mutual and federal risk financing part of Old Mutual Insurance, bus and coach insurance specialists. Thank you, Ability. Unitrans, somebody from Unitrans. Right, Unitrans, innovation, expertise delivered. Now, the transportation and logistics company that's been unlocking the value and supply chains in various sectors of the sub-Saharan economy since 1962. We pride ourselves in establishing strategic alliance with our clients by continually unlocking value through operational and SHEQ excellence. Thank you very much, Unitrans. They're also a new sponsor to the Transport Forum, and we honored in having them on board. Right, then we've got GTS, Global Trade Solution, founded in South Africa in 1999, delivers innovative technology and consulting service to the international trade and supply chain community. User-friendly cloud-based international trade and supply chain solution incorporates the core requirements to manage all activities around the international supply chain. So it's very much integration of systems with various entities in the national supply chain, including statutory agencies such as the customs authorities. Thank you, Global Trade Solution. Standard Bank, somebody from Standard Bank. All right, they part of the Transport Forum since October last year, over 158 years of experience. We believe that dreams matter and that together we can make them a reality. Operates in more than 20 countries in Africa and abroad. Our worldwide presence consists of an integration suite of end-to-end wealth management services and banking solutions. So yeah, they've been part of the Transport Forum actually for many years as an ad hoc sponsor, and October they became a gold sponsor. Thank you, Standard Bank. Kuba, I don't know if Isaac want to say a few words about Kuba.
Thank you, Harry. I mean, we at Kuba, we're pretty much part of the ICM group, and we're honored to be part of this forum. I think we've been part of the gold sponsor for quite some time, and we believe obviously ticketing should be safe, simple, and secure. And we also deliver, ticketing as a service. And for so long, ticketing systems have been complex and inefficient and expensive. And I know transport operators have spent millions installing and upgrading and maintaining ineffective systems. That's where we come in play as Kuba to try and optimize those systems and provide cost-effective solutions. We do have offices in London, here in Johannesburg, in Italy and France. We truly a global company with a global vision, but based here locally in the country in South Africa. And we're honored to be part of this forum. Thank you, Harry.
Thank you, Isaac. Yeah, honored to have Kuba on board. Thank you very much for your support. Right, Easy Clear. Somebody from Easy Clear. The software solutions for customs clearing, freight forwarding, and logistics providers covering air, sea, road, and rail. They say they're leading software provider. They gold sponsor also with Transform since the start of this year. Thank you, Michael Henning and team. Huawei. I don't know if somebody from Huawei want to say a few words. Smarter transportation in a smarter world. Ladies and gents, clearly they're not only selling cell phones. Take note of that. They've got excellent intelligent transport solutions. They joined in the beginning of this year also as a gold sponsor, leading new ICT, building smart urban rail. So obviously you get all the links to their websites on the Transformers website. So please go and visit that, and you will be surprised what they can offer. JC Auditors, Oliver, you want to say a few words?
Yes, morning. Thanks, Harry. Yeah, so JC Auditors are essentially a SANAS accredited certification body. Our certificates are recognized globally in terms of the IAF multilateral agreement. We are keen to chat to companies, who look to compliance, and specifically around ISO 9000, 14 and 45. And we're a local company. We're born and bred in South Africa. We are competing against the bigger European companies, but we believe that with our professional team of auditors that are quite strong in South Africa and SADC, we look to grow our market. So if any of you would like to have a chat around ISO certification, please just look at jcauditors.com and we'd be very happy to take your call. Thanks, Harry.
Right, thank you so much, Oliver. Right, here we've got Abunya Capital. It's Wisili Majola and her team. Public Transport Knowledge Hub, bespoke taxi industry insights, integrated public transport network advisory, public transport thought leadership. Thank you, Abunya, for your gold sponsorship. It's the second year now, and we're really proud in having them on board. So, ladies and gents, yeah, so the presentations you see here today, those that's been made available by the presenters will be uploaded to the Transform website. It's that website, very popular website. Should you want to download the presentations, you need to log in kindly. So you go to the left of your screen, you type in username and password, log in. Should you not have a username and password yet, you click on sign up. When you sign up, you get a simple little process that will register you on the Transforms database, and you will then in future be kept up to date in terms of our activities, but obviously you'll create your own username and password, which you can use to log in. Once you've logged in, you can go to events, downloads, and you'll get a little simple download search engine. You can type in a guy's name or surname or a title, logistics or whatever you'd search, and it will search through all 14 years worth of presentations for you. Or you can go under category and you can select today's date or the event date, and it will bring up each search then, and it will bring up all the presentations presented today, and you can download them all complimentary. It's one of the most powerful knowledge bases, I think, in Africa for transport information. There are over 900 presentations that you go and search, and it's all complimentary to you to search and to obtain content. Note our business directory. Take a picture of Olga's number there. She runs our business directory for us. It's been outsourced to her. It's only 450 rands per year. It's very cheap. And you can then have your company listed, a very well categorized business directory, and the feedback we're getting is excellent. Companies are getting lots of leads and attention from this business directory for only 450 rands per year. That's really peanuts. So you can contact Olga and she will get you listed and sort you out. All right, so Birthday Cargo is our host today, and we're looking at our program. Our program all about air services, and I would like to hand you over now to our host, Mr. Gary Marshall, to do the official welcome for us. Thank you very much, Gary.
Thank you, Harry. Good morning, everybody, and welcome to all of you. Harry, you missed the important bit that you have to do when when you're doing your upfront briefing and housekeeping, because you normally have to say, if you want the gents, you have to go to the right and around the corner, and the ladies around the corner. I don't quite know how you cover that with these virtual events, but you missed that one out. And I think it's important that people know where the loo is. So welcome to all of the participants. And again, I congratulate Harry for keeping this forum going for so many years. And also, if I look at today's speakers, from an aviation perspective, it's a kind of a star-studded cast, So we've got Pierre Trudeau, who, although he is, I think, from Canberra at the moment, based in Canberra, you'll see from his accent and from his name that he's a good old South African. And then, we've got Roger Foster, and Roger is a legend in the airline industry in this country, running Airlink, one of the most professional airlines I've ever come across. And they really are a legend in their own right. And to get Roger here, I think is good. Kudos to you, Harry. Well done. And I'm really interested in his topic, because he addresses the issue of, is it worth the economic investment with nothing to show? I mean, specifically talking about airlines. And I can remember on this forum several years ago, you had Eric Fenter, who at that stage was the CEO of Comair. And Eric asked the question, he said, why would anybody want to invest in an airline? And this was pre-COVID. This is when the airlines were flying high. He said, why? Airlines generally have very low returns. They're very asset intensive. The equipment is hideously expensive. And he asked, why would anybody want to invest in an airline business? And the answer, to some extent, was because it's a romantic industry more than anything else. It doesn't make too much financial sense. So, and of course, that was pre-COVID, where Comair had a run of, I think, about 70 years of unbroken profits, almost a record in world aviation records. So now, of course, Comair, went into business rescue just before COVID started. So I'm fascinated to listen to Roger today and his take on particularly the current situation with investment in the airline business and why anybody would want to do it. And then, of course, we've got the duo of George Wood and Jason Blackman, and they're bound to bring a smile to everybody's face, Harry. You can't keep these two quiet, so that'll be a fun one. And you go right through Bindiwe and Babalwa from Civil Aviation Authority, Dave King, who's no stranger to this forum, from Wesgro in the Cape, who spends his life trying to generate more air traffic and business and tourism and cargo and passengers into the Cape. And then, of course, we've got Dr. Joachim van Woerten, who's well known in transportation and aviation circles and a real expert on the thing. So I think this is a star-studded cast, and really well done, Harry, for managing to put this together. So it should be an interesting thing for everybody. And I see in the audience, we've got some experienced people. I see Thabo Fisher online from FlyFofa. So good on you. I think when I look at the aviation industry as it is at the moment, it's no secret, and everybody online here will be aware of the fact that it's really tough times, decimated by COVID. Passenger numbers down, from tourism almost at a halt, business travel right down, all of these restrictions, and the path to recovery quite bleak, and but best sort of optimistic kind of standards. And I think Joachim will be better placed to talk about this, but we're looking at 2025 at best to see some type of normality. And of course, as we keep getting these waves, we're in the third wave, but already they're talking about October, we'll see the fourth wave. All of these have big impacts on the airline industry, and particularly the uncertainty, because today you can operate and today tourists are allowed, and then tomorrow you can't, so you wait for the next one with bated breath. So it's an industry which has been devastated by COVID and continues to battle. And of course, the tragedy, not only in terms of airlines, a lot of them not able to operate at all, is all of the people in the industry that have been laid off, that have not got jobs, thousands and thousands of them around the world and in South Africa. And we all know about the hard times of South African Airways. We've seen SA Express in business rescue. We've seen Comair in business rescue and not flying at the moment, with its British Airways and Kulula brand. And we really see domestically Safair, Airlink, and Lyft really sort of being and Semair, of course, being the operators that have managed to keep going. And credit to them. I think, like many businesses, those airlines that are operating now were probably in a healthy state when COVID started, and they've managed to survive it. I think if you were in a weak financial position at the start of COVID, your chances of getting through this are very, very slim. And it's seen off a lot of people right around the world. So it's not happy times. I think from my perspective as the head of a cargo operation, of course, we have been, and to use the word that AXA used, to some extent, air cargo has been pandemic agnostic. We've been spared a lot of the trouble. I mean, if you've seen, a lot of the passenger airlines around the world have survived through the really tough times by expanding their cargo operation. We've seen the introduction of what are called freighters with a P, which are passenger airplanes carrying cargo, not converted to cargo airplanes, but still in their passenger configuration, but flying cargo. I mean, I can tell you, in a year or so ago, when the lockdown still started, it had just started, we were flying in huge quantities of PPE. Ethiopian Airways, for example, were bringing 5 or 6 passenger wide bodies a day into South Africa with protective equipment, boxes on seats and boxes in the aisles and everywhere they could actually fit. And of course, Ethiopian, probably one of the strongest, if not the strongest airline in Africa, and cargo pulled them through. So it's a bit of a mixed bag. I think the passenger guys have been really hard hit. The cargo guys are okay. If I look at the current statistic, which, and these are statistics that are compiled of people around in South Africa, and compiled by various players and goes through to BUSA, or Business for South Africa. So what they do is they do a week-on-week, year-on-year comparison. And in South Africa, we see international air cargo up this time on last year by 166%. And that demand is, you're starting to see with some of the problems being experienced on sea freight with the closure of ports. Currently, the big port in China closed due to COVID restrictions, that you're starting to get sea freight bleeding into air. Domestically, it's relatively flat. And a lot of the domestic cargo being carried is actually in-transit cargo, in-transit international cargo. So all around in South Africa, from a cargo situation, it's a good, pleasing environment. You only have to go to Tambo and have a look at the volumes of trucks taking cargo in and out of the airport. It's mind-blowing. So 166% up on this time last year. So that's a good number. I think the passenger guys, and I don't have stats for that, but I mean, I think they're in a desperate situation. So all in all, we've got ups and downs in the industry. I think even the happiest guys are just keeping their heads above water at the moment. So I'm very keen to hear what Roger and Joachim particularly have to say about about the industry as a whole. So I think that's enough from me, Harry, other than to welcome everybody to this. If you're part of aviation, you know, there's an old saying about don't waste a good bit of chaos here. So I think this is an opportunity for leaders in the industry to step up. I think this is an opportunity for people to play a role, step up and play a role, not only as business leaders, but as humanitarian leaders. You know, our industry is in trouble, and we need to play our role as best we can to get us through this particular period. So I welcome everybody. Thanks for your interest in this forum today. Thank you, Harry.
Thank you so much, Gary. Yes, and a leader you are, and the role you're playing, we honor and value quite substantially. Thank you very much for your support, Gary. We really appreciate that. Ladies and gents, let's get our program up then. There's been a request from Roger to swap slots with the DHL guys, and all were comfortable with that. So what we're going to do is we're first going to have Pierre Tritter, and then we will have the DHL people presenting, and then we'll have Roger Foster. So we're just going to swap Roger and DHL. So our first presenter then this morning is Mr. Pierre Tritter. He's Associate Director for Air Traffic Management, Saab Australia. He's presenting from Canberra in Australia, so I think it's dinner time on his side or sleeping time already, Pierre. Thank you very much. I know Pierre immigrated from South Africa about 21 years ago, I think, and been Australian ever since. And he's going to talk about air traffic management and the impact of a pandemic. Thank you so much, Pierre, for your preparations and support. We really appreciate it.
Good morning, everyone.
Morning, Pierre.
Good evening. Sorry, good morning, everyone. Let me just get this up and going. Can you see something? No, I don't think you can see something yet. Not yet.
Bottom of the screen, share screen. And slideshow mode.
See something?
Yes,
no,
we see
slideshow mode.
Slideshow mode. Here we go.
Can you see something now?
Yes, excellent. Thank you, Pierre.
Okay. So good morning, everyone. As Harry said, my name is Pierre Tritter. I work for Saab in Australia. Been here for about nearly 20 years now. I am not an air traffic controller by trade, by all means. I have a computer science background. I've been in IT and air traffic IT for I think around 30 years, 30 plus years, if I remember correct. Can't remember, it's a long time back. So today I'm going to try and tell you a little bit about us, the suppliers that develop air traffic control software, and how this impact of the pandemic has affected us, and how we see the changes in future for our business, and some of the decisions that we've made and that we have to make when it comes to future investments in our industry. Just a quick overview of Saab. What do we do as an organization? We're a global organization. I think we've about 17,000 people around the globe. We have a variety of tools. We do everything from command and control systems to a lot of radars. We do a lot of aviation. We build some aircraft as well, some AWACS aircraft. We do a lot of stuff above the water and below the water. We also build our own submarines. And we build a lot of shipping stuff. We build a lot of aviation radars. We build a lot of stuff for the military that go bang. There's quite a long list of stuff for that. And then we do fighter jets and we do air traffic control. But at all of that today, I am going to focus on the Saab portfolio for air traffic management. So basically, that is our portfolio that we manage. We have a surveillance solutions. You can see the wide variety of ADSB, the airport aircraft tracking, wide area multilateration. We do digital air traffic control towers. We do normal air traffic control towers, so ATM automation. And we do a lot of stuff around airports when it comes to collaborative decision making and efficiency around airports, airport CDM, de-icing managing, air surface management, turnaround management, surface operations. A lot of that's focused on automation for airports. Today, I'm going to speak specifically about the remote tower capability and tell you a little bit more about remote towers. But before we get there, just a little bit of a rollout map. Sorry, a rollout. There's our footprint across the globe as we do air traffic control and all our customers around the globe. As you can see, it's quite a variety of customers from literally around the globe, and we do a variety of systems. So predictions. How is this going to affect us? So this is just a document from IATA, which was published in 2019 when COVID started. And you can see there on the left-hand side, there's the short-term scenario. We're going to have just short-term scenario, a quick scenario, 2019, 2020, everything will be up and going. Air traffic management and the Asia Pacific region will keep on growing at $2.8 billion, a 4% growth per year, which has been doing for the many years now, 4 to 6% per year growth in aviation. And that was the prediction. Now, let me tell you about predictions. Long time ago, as I say, my job is IT, and I've done some predictions. And there's this new company that came out. They call themselves Uber, and I thought to myself, IT, Uber. Who would ever use something like Uber? Who would like to get in somebody else's car? Boy, yeah, look where Uber today. And then a little while ago, there came another company called Airbnb, and I thought to myself again, Airbnb. Who would ever want to live in somebody else's house when you go on vacation? So what I've learned from that is, looking at the future and trying to predict where the world is going to end up, and trying to then to develop technology for that is not always as easy as it sounds. So in Australia, to give you an idea of what we experience in Australia, you can see there at the top our summary of a year-on-year. Just our international, this is just our international arrivals. You can see the total passenger, we had a minus 97% drop in our international arrivals. And you can see there on the left-hand side, the graph on the left-hand side, that red line was 2020, and we had the big drop. And then right at the bottom, you can see there's a blue line. That's what it's been looking like in 2020 up to May 2020. So yeah, we had quite a big drop in Australia. So our domestic markets, similar. You can see the big drop, the big V. There you can see the drop. I don't have to tell you what it looks like. You all have experienced the same in South Africa, as well as many other people that work with aviation globally. You can see there is the Australian Flight Information Region. That's the area that Australia looks after for flight information. It is important for us as technology developers to try and get an indication for where the market is going and what's going to happen to try and, because obviously our customers, as our customers go through all these downturn, it has an effect on us as an industry, as technology suppliers as well. So we look at a lot of other people that do analysis and try to predict from that way this is going to go in future. So this is a diagram that was done by Eurocontrol in Europe, and this was done in early 2019, which they predicted, and they predicted at that time, there will be a big turn up. The industry will start getting along again in 2021. Things will get back to normal, and they will be start grow again in 2021. We are now in 2021, and I think in Australia they're telling us international flights will possibly only resume in July 2022. They predict getting back to normal by 2023 to 2024, pre-COVID. We've just had the Delta strain has just hit Australia in the last 2 or 3 months. And suddenly 80% of the country, or 70% of the country is in lockdown again in Australia. So yeah, who knows what this prediction is going to look like. So from our perspective, we then have to start predicting. So looking at the different industries, so from airlines, this is now Saab, our own internal, when we talk to all our global customers and we see what's happening around the world, So we look at airlines and we see, the main carriers, going slow, low cost carriers we see going out of business everywhere. We see the focus on the trust of flying. A lot of people don't like flying anymore. You need to try and explain to them why they need to fly. Will require more access to information. What we mean there, we see airlines, as they in the past, they want to see what weather look like, and what other information looks like. They want more information on COVID or medical information. It seems like that's something big in the airline. More flexibility, a reduction of ATC fees. Environmental focus we see will not go away, and market of surplus aircraft. Now that diagram at the bottom, that graveyard there, that's in the middle of Australia. That is in a place called Alice Springs in the middle of Australia. Similar to the one in the US, when COVID started, people started parking aircraft there, and it became a huge aircraft parking lot. I think this was taken at the beginning. It has basically doubled that size since then. A huge amount of Singapore Airlines, A380s, and so on, they parked them there, and they still stuck there in the middle of the desert, in the middle of Australia in Alice Springs. What do we see with airports as we talk to the airports globally? Main airport groups, we see, they're starting to possibly work together. They need to attract more airlines, a reduction of investments. We've seen that everywhere. Focus on trust, being airport, your security for passengers. Again, demand for lower air traffic control fees will require flexibility from air traffic control. Environmental focus we see will not go away. And a lot of these airports are seeking state aid. We've seen now a lot of the airports saying, but there's no aircraft flying. Why do we need air traffic controllers? Please take the air traffic control service away. Obviously you cannot do. So they say, well, can you reduce the air traffic control service? We don't want to pay the fees, as a lot of these airports pay for the air traffic control fees. So we see a lot of demand saying, we need to reduce cost. If I have nobody flying, why do I need to pay for air traffic control fees or airport management fees? We see that happening. We see that happening quite a lot. ANS providers. So these are the air navigation service providers. So in South Africa, you have ATNS. So that is your air navigation service provider. So when we talk to other air navigation service provider around the world, we see that's what's happening with a lot of them at the moment. They hibernate. They're going to basic operations. Why need 10 people in the air traffic control tower in Sydney, as an example, which, if you only have 5 aircraft landing per day, where they used to land 80 aircraft an hour. What do you do with all your extra air traffic controllers? It's not something you can fire, just lay them off, and when traffic comes back, just quickly rehire them. It just doesn't work that way. Reducing of scope, focusing on more of the core business, looking at outsourcing of capacity. We also see these air service navigation providers are seeking to increase collaboration with other ANSP. We even see some of these air navigation partners starting to look at possible mergers in future. A chance to change or transform. We see that happening also a lot, moving into centralization, digitalization. State of air simulation, national security. Fewer airports will use ATC services, main hubs. We see that's also happening. Need to be more flexible in opening hours and services providers. What we see nowadays, some of our customers say, but they want to have air traffic control on demand. So when I close my airport tonight, I don't want to pay air traffic control. And when sometimes of the year, some airports in the Northern Hemisphere, sometimes of the year, they are ski fields. And when the summer comes along, they become airports. They dual use. So in the winter, you don't need air traffic control services. So in the winter, take the air traffic control services away. So air traffic control on demand, we see that a lot coming up as well. Accelerating, obviously, drone management into airspace. How do you handle drone management? And then, obviously, with all the economic impact, we also see, like in Europe, political drive, a change that's been pushing the industry as well. So understanding for us, the airports, airlines, and the air navigation suppliers gives us an indication of, what kind of technology do we have to change or change our business model when we invest in developing our software for the future. On the right-hand side there, as we've seen the short-term halt in traditional investment. So what happens is we've seen this happen, when COVID hit, the first people that took the financial hit was the airlines, because suddenly they stopped flying. So there's no income for the airlines. The second group that got hit by financial impact was the airports, and obviously the air navigation service providers, because in Australia and a lot of other places, the airlines pay the cost for the air navigation service providers, where they're not funded by the federal government. So if nobody's flying, there's no income for the air navigation service providers. And the third group that's going to be hit by the global impact for it is developers like us, because when they hit, we still had contracts in place with the suppliers, and we were still running projects. And suddenly all those projects were stopped, cancelled, or put on ice. So now there's no new contracts or new development for the next year or 2 years while the industry, while it's going through the COVID. So as soon as the industry starts picking up, there's going to be a 2-year lag or 3-year lag in the financial hit for software suppliers and developers and industry people like ourselves, as soon as the aviation starts picking up. So we expect a big downturn in our revenue in that period of time. We see expedited innovation and short-term implementation. So some of our customers, as they were planning the normal modernization of projects, some of them are using this to expedite the innovation, and automating a lot of the stuff as much as possible as they can. Where in the past it took a long time to do that. Younger workforce, we see the younger workforce coming into the air navigation service providers. That's a global problem with air traffic controllers. They seem to be, the average age of air traffic controllers seem to be fairly high. It doesn't matter where you get into the world. Less ability to sponsor a user-specific solution. So in the past, we've seen a lot of the countries, they say, I'm unique, get me an air traffic control solution that's unique for my country. And now we see more and more ANSPs just cannot afford that anymore. So they do just buy bespoke off the shelf now and just customize it for the local rules for their airports. And some of our customers have also started asking us about alternative financial models. So, in the past, what it works, somebody would put out a tender, you would respond to a tender, and you would sell a radar to an airport. They buy the technology and you support and maintain it for a period of time. Now we see more and more of our customers are saying to us, but they want to do risk sharing. How about we go into this sharing? You reduce your cost, we do reduce. So there's a lot of looking at different alternative financing schemes and financing models where they're asking us to take more risk as we move into the future in long-term planning for these air traffic control services. So the digital towering market, that we see the impact for us, the short-term halt in certain procurement programs that we've seen happening. Increased interest from new customers. And that's what I specifically will talk about, the remote air traffic control towers. Something that people in the past said, we don't know if a digital air traffic control tower will work. Now the business case is stacking up for all of this. And I'll talk a little bit more about that. So where we found that some of our customers in the past were hesitant, as it's a new crisis, it speeds along all the development. We see some progressive ANSPs. Now, what we mean by progressive ANSPs, some ANSPs in the world, air navigation service providers, are not funded by the federal government and are privatized. So as I say, their fees and their investment comes from airlines, which use their airspace and which then pay for the air navigation service providers. So these people act like normal private companies, and they can make decisions much faster because they don't have to always go back to the federal government and ask for strategic direction or approval. We see a bigger focus on efficiency, feature and multiple airport control, integration of training, and then we see a big push for the alignment of air traffic control and U2M, which is the drone integration into air traffic management control. So this is looking at the whole air traffic control picture. We've seen the impact on COVID, and even before COVID, this is now started, but we see an acceleration. And these are the areas in air traffic control technology specifically where we see an acceleration. We see obviously drone, unmanned aerial systems, integrations of drones into the airspace, everything from low-level drones that work below 400 feet, small that can fit into your hand, to 80-kilogram drones that's been used to check power lines or railway lines or agriculture, right up to the stratosphere when we have drones which is as big as a 737. So the integration of that drone management into the airspace, the collaborative decision making into the stratosphere. Many years ago, I was attending a meeting in the US, in Florida, and we were working with the FAA, and we were specifically looking at in future flight planning. At the moment, we do flight planning, for normal aircraft, but in future we'll have to do flight planning for space flight. And that time, we were looking at daily space flights. This is about 10 years ago, and we are there yet. We see the other day with all the billionaires now getting up into the space and going up into space flights, and we've seen now that Branson and those people, they're talking now about weekly or daily space flights they will send up. Now, how do we do flight planning and for aircraft that start from the bottom, go right through the airspace, up into the stratosphere, hang around there and come down through the airspace? So that integration of stratospheric management, that's starting to heat up quite a lot as well. And then in the normal air traffic control, as we've seen in the past, we see the huge focus on automation, digitization, more intelligent systems, and where possible, as I say, some of our customers are moving into a services approach in delivering services. Again, we've seen some of our customers say, don't sell me a radar, sell me a radar service. So we own the technology, we place the radar at the airport, we run the airport, we own the infrastructure, and we just charge the airport a fee for the radar service. And we see some of our customers moving into that area as well. And as one of the speakers said this morning, any crisis is an accelerator of change. But this has been happening, and we see this accelerating, this whole picture of accelerating air traffic management and how complicated the air traffic management space is becoming globally. So what we found is when we talk to our customers, we found this a lot in the sense that the yellow line is the old traditional air traffic control towers, where people pour concrete and build an 80-meter tower. We see the need for that air traffic control towers going down into future. And we see the digital air traffic control as something starting up and increasing. We see that will globally increase much faster. And I'll show you some pictures now and where it's been deployed globally. Saab is not the only company. There's about 2 or 3 other companies that are playing in this field, and some of them has got big deployments globally. And when we started talking about digital air traffic control towers a few years ago, people told us, yeah, this will never work. And now suddenly we've seen this as accelerating the use of this digital air traffic control towers. So what does it look like? Simple terms, at the airport, you've got a long tower. At the top of the tower, you've got a box with a lot of cameras in it. And somewhere at the airport or anywhere away from the airport, you've got a control room, which a lot of screens that represent the outside world. But the rest of the air traffic control software is exactly the same as normal air traffic control software. This room can be anywhere. It doesn't have to be at the airport. Some of these airports are running, this air traffic control tower will be 100 to 200 kilometers away from the physical airport. But roughly that's what the air traffic control, the digital air traffic control technology looks like at an airport. This is just I've taken this from CANSO. This is a document produced by CANSO, which is the global organization representing air navigation service providers. Just some business case, why would somebody do a digital air traffic control tower? Again, we've seen the business case for this. A few years ago we struggled, and now more and more we're talking about digital air traffic control towers and the technology for that. The biggest challenge we found, this was the very first digital air traffic control tower that was used in operations globally. It was done by Saab in one of our normal northern airports in Sweden. Now, I'm not even going to try and pronounce the Swedish name. Sonsvik, I don't know, there's some Swedish name that I can't pronounce. But yeah, so the biggest challenge in that was not the technology we found. The biggest challenge in that we found was the regulators and the change management in the organization. Now that armful of documentation, I think the very first tower, the approval, we had to do 722 documents, if I remember correct, what the regulator asked for before the operations were approved. Nowadays, we've got it down to around 200 documents needed by the regulators to approve an air traffic control tower. This is just to give an example. This is a tower in Sweden somewhere, dual use of a tower. We've got on the one side, we've got the ramp controller, and on the other side, we've got the air traffic controller sitting and working literally, and you've got the operator, the manager sitting on this side and looking at a different ramp controller on that side, and the air traffic controller. This is basically what it looks like in operations at the moment in one of the large airports. Just to give a little bit about the technology, a lot of questions about how does dust work, how does birds work. This is what the screen looks like. Outside of the screen, we've got a thing called an air blade, which blows across the screens and keep it 100% perfectly clear. We've seen Swedish storms, we've got rain and snow up to about 180 kilometers. It keeps it perfectly clean. The other technology on the top, you've got a zoom camera there, a PTZ zoom camera, and you've got a light gun also to talk to air traffic control. When air traffic control systems are out, there's your normal light gun. So this is basically what it looks like, the infrastructure. Standard 24 meters tower, you just upload it. That's the only footprint that you have at the airport. It's a tower, the cameras on the top, and a little shed at the back, at the bottom, with your infrastructure in the shed. It also has ambient microphones. You've got some microphones there. And the first time I saw this, I thought it was brilliant. We were something like 200 kilometers away from the airport, but sitting in this air traffic control tower, you can hear when the aircraft start up. You can hear all the noises at a normal airport. You can hear trucks and cars because it feels like you are at the airport with the different ambient noises there. The biggest benefit we find, as I say, from 2 years to 2 weeks, a standard airport, it takes around 2 years to build a traditional air traffic control tower from beginning to end, pour concrete, about 2 years. Putting up a digital air traffic control tower, 2 weeks from beginning to end. Because as I said, if you look at your footprint, that's the only footprint you have at the airport. The other benefit is, as we've seen with some of our customers, they've deployed huge air traffic control towers. There's a downturn in traffic or there's a natural disaster. It is very difficult to move. It's impossible to move or very difficult to replace an old air traffic control tower. In this digital air traffic control environment, if there's a natural disaster or you need to move, you literally pack up the tower, put this container on a truck, and you move this to the second airport. Your control room stays exactly where it is, and all you have to move is this part of the infrastructure, and you move it to a new airport. You can be up and running literally in 2 weeks, have a whole new infrastructure at the new airport up and running. Some of the cameras, we've seen this standard light, low light. What we've seen, these cameras that we use nowadays are so fantastic in the way that they adjust themselves to low light. One of the airports, we had the aircraft coming in and telling the air traffic control tower to please switch on the landing lights. And the air traffic control tower was looking at the screen and say, but I don't need to because it's still light. In the meantime, it was dark outside, but the cameras adjusted to the light so well that the air traffic control manager didn't even realize it was dark. So we have now a counter that tell them when sun up and sun down is, so they can switch on the lights on the runways. Just give an example of how good these cameras are nowadays. Again, cameras are all very easy, integration with simulation and training, all done very easy. This is just an example of where we have one air traffic controller, and the benefit we have with this is where we have one air traffic controller managing multiple airports. So this air traffic controller is, for instance, managing one airport A, airport B, and airport C at the same time. Now, granted, these are not very airport with a lot of movements in the airport, but technology-wise, this air traffic controller can manage 6 or 7 different aircraft. The regulator at the moment doesn't want to approve, I think, more than looking at approving 2, possibly 3 one air traffic controller managing 3 airlines at the moment, or 3 airports at the moment. We've done a lot of studies where you put glasses on the air traffic controller to see the eye movements, how they move around at the airport. But how will this work in real life? The air traffic control will sit and the aircraft will arrive in the airport A. It will press one button and all these other reduce smaller to the left. And you have one airport A, covers all the screens. You manage airport A, you press one single button, and you move back to this scenario. As an aircraft arrives, again, the cameras pick it up. It highlights the aircraft. You zoom in on airport C, zoom out airport C, manage the aircraft, minimize their flights again. So this is where the benefit comes in from financial savings on digital air traffic. Again, you can see there's one airport. You have then multiple airports. We move to airport B, airport C, all in the different screens. They all put it together. Some of the other easy stuff that you can do, because you don't have visual air traffic control sitting in a tower looking with the binoculars out of the screen, you have now cameras that's much more powerful than the human eye and can pick up these aircraft long before the air traffic controller can see them. So the cameras can pick up an aircraft, link it to the flight plan, see what's the number, put a red box around and say, that's the aircraft coming in. It can link it to the flight number. It can see if a gate is available. It can see if there's any other gate conflicts management. It can look at congestion at the airport. It can do all of that while this aircraft is still 50 kilometers away when the camera picks it up. It can do all that automatically. You've got local weather, you can see on the outside as well. In low light, we've got, I guess on the screen, you can put annotation on the screen to see exactly where the ends of the runway is. You've got full cameras, an example, low light, where you can have fuller cameras in. Infrared, you've got infrared, middle of the night, that you can see a helicopter landing, which is quite powerful. Again, digital cameras, you can track drones, birds. We've got some airports in the UK, a big problem with birds and drones. We've seen that now. So we've got our radars that we link in directly into the air traffic management system, managing drones around the airport. Again, managing drones, link it to the flight plan. It's not a flight plan, you identify the drone. All that can be automated. And that's where we see a lot of the as possible. And everybody asks us, artificial intelligence. Can you use artificial intelligence? Yes, you can. This is just technology. You can automate as much as this as you can. The challenge we always have is getting past the regulator. But technology-wise, you can automate as much as you can. Just looking at some of the key development areas, we have compact remote air traffic control towers. So you'll see there. That's a 20-foot container, and at the container, you've got a telescopic mast, and at the top of that, you've got a camera section like that. This is what we're developing for the military, so they literally pack this up, put it in the back of a C-17, fly wherever they need to, take it out of the aircraft, open it up, deploy it, and you can have an air traffic controller working in a very, very short period of time. So yeah, that's happening. Some of the others, we're looking at voice switch integration, simulation training, capacity planning, integration of, say, drone integration. Saab has got a radar called the G1X radar, which is our drone tracking radar, bird tracking radar. All of that is some of the new modern integration and automation that we're looking at the moment. And again, we've seen as we look at the airports and the airlines, and we talk to our air navigation service provider, they tell us, if you've got a traditional tower, with people sitting in a traditional tower, how do you reduce costs? You cannot reduce costs. We've tried. We've spoken to a navigation service provider all over the world. If you have the old traditional system, there's no way you can reduce your cost below a certain point. So there's going to always be a cost platform that people have to pay. The only way you can do that is by technology, by moving to digital towers, and then because you're using cameras, you can then automate a huge amount of the work for the air traffic control tower, for the air traffic controller. This is just an example, and yes, this is working at the moment. In Sweden, we built a center that manages up to 20 air traffic control towers, and this gives you an example how it works. You've got the different air traffic control positions with the supervisor sitting there, airport stadium. So this whole area can manage, I think, about 20 air ports at the same time with very minimal air traffic control people input from air traffic controllers. Cybersecurity, again, something as soon as you move digital, you've got cameras, you've got air traffic control towers, networks, cybersecurity. Cybersecurity is obviously becoming a huge challenge all over the world with all our customers. Cybersecurity, we also find is a sovereignty issue. Meaning when you talk to the Americans, they're very strict with what their cybersecurity standards are. Australia's got certain cybersecurity standards approved by our National Defence Force, and so on and so on. But yes, cybersecurity is built into this capability right from the beginning, from beginning to end. It's designed in all our systems. So we take cybersecurity also very, very seriously. This is just, I think, the second last slide. This is some of the towers that are currently operationally globally. And just what I wanted to show you. We do it in Ireland, US, the Netherlands, Sweden, UK, Germany, US. So we're working with air navigation service provider right around the world, and it's growing phenomenally. There's the big center outside of Sweden and Stockholm. The one that I just showed you, where all the air traffic control towers, remote towers, is in one single center. I think the furthest one is managing airports about 600 kilometers away. Last slide, ladies and gentlemen. So when we move to the future and we're looking at where are we spending our development dollars, where should we do research and development, and we're looking at the impact of COVID and future disruption in the air traffic control industry, we see, as I say, more of this smarter airport integration, automation, and this is where we see what the future is going to look like for air traffic control, and where we're focusing our focus in our future development for air traffic control technology to support this industry. That is it from my side. Thank you very much.
Yeah, that wasn't much. That was seriously interesting. Thank you so much. I enjoyed it thoroughly, and it is extremely interesting to see the new technology. And what you guys are doing is excellent. It's scary to see actually the ripple effect into the industry in terms of what this COVID is doing. And what's also interesting, I saw you talking about the higher airspace operations. I was thinking myself, how do we classify an aircraft? Is it by his wings of the height it's flying, or is it the fact that he's above the ground? Or, so where will we go in future with this technology? Are we going to talk about airspace, whatever? And then the savings.
Yeah, Harry, sorry, when 10 years ago, we were working with the FAA, what is that? One of those, the last one that came back in that broke up, Challenger, was it? What that broke up, over 4 states, and there were still commercial aircraft flying. So in flight planning, in the air traffic control system, you've got to look at stratospheric flight and air traffic control. How do you shut down airspace when one of these airspace vehicles come back on a daily basis? So air traffic control is not only more, at the moment from ground until 30,000 feet, it goes all the way up to the top and the smaller aircraft coming in.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, let's. It's obviously getting late night on your side, so let's maybe take, if you will allow me, take say 2 questions from the people, and then we will excuse you to go and have dinner.
Yes, thank you.
I see Charles Day's hand is up. Charles, you're welcome to unmute and ask a question.
Thanks, Pierre. Hal, that was an interesting talk. Thank you very much, Pierre. The question I've got to ask is from a human resources development point of view, what kind of training is required to convert a conventional air traffic controller into one of these digital air traffic controllers? Thanks.
I like a digital air traffic controller. No, look, it's a very interesting question. And as we said, this is not implementing digital air traffic control towers. It's not only a technology implementation. Many years ago, when I did my BSc computer science studies, We were always taught, only 20% is technology and 80% is change management. And we see that with digital towers as well. So what one of the regulators in Sweden said to us, you need to take, and we train these air traffic controllers. They do normal air traffic control training, but then they do additional training, to handle. So what happens if suddenly all the screens go down? What happens if some of the screens go down? So there's normal air traffic control training, because this is just a normal air traffic control job. The difference is they cannot see out of the screen anymore. Out of the window, they've got to look at the screen. You also find that your younger generation adopt this technology much faster than the older generation. And it fits perfectly. My kids all grew up working, living on their mobile phones. I don't know about all the other kids, but that's how they do. They feel much more comfortable with it. So yes, it's a normal air traffic control. Try to get younger generation, but it's more, bringing in younger generation. So then the Swedish regulator said to us, you've got to do a swap. You've got to take a guy that works only in a digital tower. You've got to take him to a normal air traffic control tower. And we did that as part of their training. And they hated it, because suddenly they realized that if you take them into a normal environment, their workload increases by about 40 to 50%. Coming back into a digital tower, because you use cameras and you can automate a lot of the work, their workload decreases quite a lot. So yeah, so it's a different kind of HR skills that you do need. You need a younger generation kind of people, but they do normal air traffic control training. But there's also the additional training on how to handle their technology. And if a screen goes down, what do you do? But yeah, HR is a huge impact as well.
Interesting. Thank you, Pierre. Is there anybody else who would like to ask Pierre a question? You're welcome to unmute. Pierre, it seems that everybody is happy. I see there's already people in the chat room asking for your contact details. So if you don't mind, if you can share there. I've also got Pierre's contact details, should somebody want to contact me as well. But Pierre, yeah, it will be great if you can share in the chat room. Pierre, we would like to thank you very much for an excellent presentation. And I know you spent lots of time preparing for this and spending into the evening, not seeing your family and spending some time with us. We really appreciate that. And may you be blessed with lots of prosperous years ahead with Saab Australia. And hopefully we see a lot of you with the Transit Forum again in future. So thank you so much. We're really thankful and really appreciate your time. Thank you so much.
That's a pleasure. Thank you very much, Harry. Thank you very much for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Pierre. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Cheers, Pierre. Right, guys, now let's put up our program again. We told you that we've done a little swap. So the next people that's going to present here is Mr. George Wood. He's the Custom Operations Manager. And Mr. Jason Blackman, he's the Senior Director of Customs, Trade Compliance and Regulatory Affairs of DHL Express, Sub-Saharan Africa. They're going to talk about the impact of COVID-19 on commercial air cargo capacity and key lessons learned. Thank you so much, gentlemen.
Thank you, Harry. Sorry about that. I was just trying to get my screen enlarged. And welcome to my world of digital technology. So good afternoon, good morning, everybody. Good afternoon to those who are dialing in from other countries that are not within the same time zone. My name is Jason Blackman. As Harry mentioned, I'm the Director of Customs and Regulatory Affairs for the DHL Sub-Saharan African region. My colleague, George Wood, who is, I like to think of as an aviation expert, is our Customer Operations Manager for the Sub-Saharan African region. And George has some aviation credentials behind his name, having served in the Royal Air Force in the United Kingdom. So he has had some very vast experience, I think 20 years, George, in air logistics and aviation. And so I'm going to share my screen. I did check with Harry earlier that I could share it. So if you just give me 1 second, I'm going to share my screen. Here we go. And I will hand over to my colleague, Mr. Wood, to start off with the first set of the slides and the presentation on the impact of COVID-19 on commercial aviation, particularly with a focus on South Africa, and then some of the lessons that we've learned as DHL through these last year and a half's worth of experience that we have. So George, over to you.
Thanks, Jason. Good morning, everyone. My name's George Wood, and I'm Customer Operations Manager for DHL Express Sub-Saharan Africa. So I'm going to start. I've got quite a few slides to show you this morning. But first of all, I really wanted to just summarize what we've been through. We've been at the forefront, exactly the same as the colleagues on this call. We've lived COVID for the past nearly 18 months, 16, 17 months. And we've got to a new normal. Is it normal? No, it's not. It's going to be some time before we get back to where we were pre-COVID. And I just wanted to show you some visual slides of what has actually happened to the aviation industry, because it's very interesting, and it gives some context as to almost a symbiotic relationship that the aviation or the freight industry and the courier industry has with tourism, etc. That people wouldn't actually realize. In fact, it was a symbiotic relationship to everything. You know, we can go online, we can buy our goods. We want those goods as quick as possible. And the passenger business, the airline business, that is a symbiotic relationship to that. But I'll get to that in a couple of moments. So, current commercial air capacity worldwide, we're currently running at around 52% of pre-COVID levels. However, Sub-Saharan Africa is still mostly cargo aircraft movements, with a lot of countries in lockdown, etc. West and Central, they've been faring a little bit better than Southern and East, although Southern is probably the worst effect. West and Central, they're about 73% pre-COVID levels. Southern and Eastern at around 44%. South Africa and the neighbouring countries, so when I say neighbouring countries, the BLNS, or actually the southern cones, Angola downwards. They're still lagging behind the globe, mainly due to the passenger travel restrictions. We see South Africa on many red lists, as these countries like to call them. We're still not seeing vast amounts of tourists. We are a tourist country, still not seeing those tourists return. We also saw the loss of a major regional carrier, South African Airlines, back in 2020, just before COVID. And we're currently seeing only 25% of pre-COVID daily airport departures. The loss of SAA, well, that's had a fundamental impact on the entire logistics and courier industry, not only on their regional routes, but there's also a major connection between Joburg and Lagos. That's severed, and from a courier perspective and a freight forwarding perspective, that means all that material, all those goods that were going daily Johannesburg to Lagos and Lagos to Johannesburg now have to route via Europe. And that's obviously increased from, so we were getting 1 or 2 days transit times door to door from a DHL Express perspective. And that has now moved to about 3 to 7 days. So significant impact there. Moving on, international commercial passenger services remain operational in South Africa under our new adjusted lockdown level 3 regulations. But like I said, we're still not seeing the international visitors like we did before pre-COVID. And when are they going to return? We don't know. It's still an unknown. But we are optimistic. I think you've got to be optimistic in this, in these times, and hopefully we'll see a gradual easing of restrictions, especially with all the vaccinations programs going around the countries. Okay, so April 2020, yeah, myself and Jason our Vice President of Operations stood up what we call the Joint Operations Centre, and that was basically to keep the wheels on our network in Africa. We were very lucky because we have our own aircraft. We got 14 aircraft and a network in the sub-Saharan region. So what did we do? South Africa was a really big task, and if we go back to that last week in March, I think we all remember, in the Minister of Transport with his tweets saying no fly zone. Great. So what happened? Well, we couldn't get any freight in. So then as an industry, we had to go and we had to engage government and lobby and say, look, guys, we need to keep the global supply chain open, because as we stand, it's a whole week and we've been cut off from the rest of the world. So they did, they made some adjustments, and we saw the essential goods, what was essential and what was not. Very controversial at the time, and it was medical supplies, etc. Now, what they didn't realize was medical supplies and essential goods have a symbiotic relationship to non-essential goods, because airlines, they're businesses. They don't fly fresh air around the world. They need to be full to operate and make a profit. So what we saw then was we saw carriers that were operating with just were operating, but then they cut their schedules because they needed full aircraft. So we saw a bit of a lag there, and then went back to government, and government relaxed again. And we also had all these, all the other regulations on arrival. The crews had to go into quarantine or decontaminate. So it was a very, very, very busy and very complex situation. That first, probably from the last week of March until the end of April. And myself and Jason, we burned the midnight oil, literally for about 4 weeks. But we got there, and what we did as a business is we moved away from the commercial carriers, and we wanted to control our own flow in and out and connect Southern Africa. So not just South Africa, all the connecting countries in what we call the Southern Cone. So Zimbabwe, Namibia, Botswana, Swaziland, Lesotho, all those countries we needed to keep connected to the rest of the globe. So what we did is we had Boeing 727, Boeing 767 freighters set up 5 times a week, twice a week going via Zambia, just to keep the what we call the air bridge and the freight moving. It worked very well, and it's still going today. And a lot of the volume we used to put on commercial airlines, we don't anymore. We use this charter because it feeds into our network in Bahrain. So where are we now? We're still seeing commercial PAX connections still bad, nowhere near pre-COVID levels, and especially if we look at the Indian Ocean, so Mauritius, Madagascar, very, very, very little aircraft going in there. However, we are utilising them out of France, Air France operating into Antananarivo and Mauritius. Where are we now? Well, IATA, and this is where I'm based, the next few slides, this is from their website, is where are we going to be, or when are we going to get back to pre-COVID level? They're saying 2024. I think that's quite optimistic. I've heard 2025, but we don't know. Could be sooner. Let's hope it's sooner. So Jason, if you could go on to the next slide.
Okay.
Okay, so this is a picture of what the world looked like and when COVID hit. So if we take the 1st of March, we saw globally 28,750 daily departures from airports worldwide. Now, we moved to the 1st of April, we saw that drop to 2,496 daily departures worldwide. That's a decline of 91%. It was catastrophic. Where are we now? Well, we're not doing too bad. We're going in the right direction. We're back up to around nearly 15,000 departures per day globally, which is 52% of pre-COVID levels. Next slide, please. So what I wanted to do is I wanted to now show you South Africa. This was, it was a flat line for most of 2020. I showed my CEO, Mr. Henny Heymans, this, and his jaw dropped because he didn't have, people didn't have the context. And we actually provide all our country managers this now, so customers can see what the actual impact was. So Sunday, 1st of March, there was an average of 110 daily departures from South African airports. We moved to Wednesday, the 1st of April, 1 departure. 99% decrease, which was absolutely devastating for the global supply chain into South Africa. Where are we now? Well, we're up to around 28 departures per day, or per week, sorry, per day. And that's around about 25%. So actually, that is driving the southern and eastern 44% down because we're not recovering as quick. Next slide, please. Okay, so during COVID, so this little infographic, this is from the end of last year, where we were just trying to show uplift availability on commercial airlines, on passenger airlines, so belly space, belly hold space, and how many shipments we were still sending during those times, to show you that if you look at pre-COVID, is the shipments we were sending, we had enough aircraft to put those shipments on and to get those shipments to where they needed to be going very quickly, very efficiently, and with good transit time. Then we move into April, and you see, yeah, there was, I think there was 1 aircraft. It was, yeah, and there was still shipments being sent. Most of it essential goods. Then we moved into May. You see, we've got 5 available aircraft there, and we're seeing shipments build now. Because remember, the economy started. It started easing, and factories started going back to work if it was for 30 or 50%, and we started seeing exports generate again, and I believe this was felt across the industry and across indeed the freight forwarding industry. Then we went up to about 8 aircraft availability in round about August, but there you see the economy's back online. There's all those shipments, but still the aircraft, not enough tin in the sky to shift it. So we're seeing longer transit times, getting space. Space was a premium, and this is where the air bridge really helped, is to push that volume of shipments into the global network through Nairobi and Bahrain. So lot of one of the questions or that people ask me all the time, especially customers, is why was our transit times so impacted? And this was because we had to route differently. You know, the new normal, is where we would send as a courier, we would send something that needed to go to Nigeria, we would send overnight on SAA. It would be there overnight. We'd probably do it the next day, delivered to the door. So what happened was, if a customer in South Africa wants to send something to Nigeria now, because it's still the same, is that shipment now routes up through Europe into our network and then routes down from Brussels to Lagos on a big yellow and red aircraft like behind me. And then, it's delivered then. So, but the actual volume, because remember, volume is a number of aircraft. We can only put a certain amount of freight onto aircraft. So we have this backlog because everyone's still sending shipments from Europe, from Asia Pacific, from America into Nigeria, and we had to somehow get the southern and eastern African volume down into Lagos, and that was impacting transit times. We saw about 8 days, 9 days, in fact, in some cases, transit times, which was unheard of. We had some sleepless nights, and our team of service quality guys at a regional level, they've done some absolute, and our network control group guys have done some absolutely awesome work, along with our aviation colleagues, our DHL aviation colleagues. And what we've seen is we managed to reduce those transit times, and especially as more and more commercial carriers either start up cargo operations or indeed put passenger flights back on where we can utilize and buy that space. We've seen those transit times come down. So you see there, if you look at 8, we've seen it come down to 5. Then we had a bit of a flat line of 4, and then it's been, at the end of the year, it was between 3 days and 4 days transit time. What I can tell you now, it is stuck consistently at about 3 days, and that's an average on a regional level. That 3 days, it's because of that link between South Africa and West Africa. There's a lot of volume there, and that keeps that average transit time up a little bit at 3. So will we get back to pre-COVID transit times? We will, but we need a carrier that's going to connect South Africa and Southern Africa, and indeed Eastern Africa as well, with West Africa. And that's from an inter-regional perspective. Jay, over to you. Sorry, I just do.
Sorry, George.
Do you want to take this, or shall I?
Yeah. So during COVID, George alluded to the fact that we set up an air bridge via Bahrain in the Middle East, with 6 flights a week now. It was 5. I think it's up to 6 flights a week. And you can see from this graphic the overall picture of how DHL, for example, connected Africa to the rest of the world. During COVID, we were able to maintain a plus 96% service expectation for customers through utilization of either own aircraft, chartered aircraft, or what available CAL there was. And so this graphic just shows you the network opportunities that we had in terms of servicing our customers through Africa, and the variety of options that were available to try and address the drop in capacity through the network. And so you can see the DHL flights. So you've got on the graphic, the yellow represents the countries that we service with DHL flights. George mentioned there were 14 aircraft that DHL had in place. Supplementing that, we chartered an additional, I think it was four or five aircraft during the initial COVID months, especially when some of the neighboring carriers, so we had flights for the first time in 20 years to Swaziland, to Eswatini, flights into Lesotho, we had flights into Botswana. So where we couldn't get somewhere by road or the borders were shut due to CAL traffic, we put a DHL cargo flight in. And so we increased those 14 aircraft. I think at one stage we were running around 20 aircraft. And so the yellow countries represent aircraft that had CAL or commercial airline incapacity. The yellow countries, we had combination, the blue countries represented the flights we could still get commercial flights into. Green countries are the countries where we had charter flights, where we supplemented our existing fleet. And then, of course, the red countries are the countries where we had a mixture of DHL charter flights and commercial flights because the demand necessitated it. So it's just a graphic of how the DHL network adjusted to the drop in capacity and how we structured a hybrid type of model approach to air capacity management during COVID. In terms of some of the lessons that we've learned, so we know that the challenge has changed the way that we did things. What was old style of doing things has been intrinsically changed forever. The new norm is what we're now in. And the pandemic changed our lives in ways that we never really imagined we could ever see it coming. Nobody saw it coming. Every model, every forecasting model went out the window, literally. And if anything, what the pandemic re-emphasized was the fundamental imports of aviation within the global trade environment and highlighted the challenges of avoiding disruptions to trade facilitation and, of course, the resilience to further such disruptions. So a lot of what we've been doing over the past year is looking at lessons learned. Could we have done something differently? Could we have done something better? We we revisited the action plans. And what we discovered during COVID was that there not only was a fine balancing act between the need for regulatory guidelines, and absolutely in a COVID pandemic, the regulatory guidelines and the regulators erred on the side of caution than on the side of trade facilitation and economics. It took a more approach to how do we protect our country from the pandemic? How do we mitigate the risk to the health of our citizens? And so it was a juggling act, not only for the airline operators, but the courier companies, the transporters. Everybody had to adjust very, very rapidly. And what we noticed, the biggest challenge we had was, and Gary Marshall, who's my fellow colleague on the Safer Industry Body, could tell you that the regulations changed literally daily. There were new regulations being published with very little notice or engagement with the private sector initially. We did see at a later stage there was more developing dialogue between the public and the private sector, but the regulations changed on literally a daily basis, and you had to continually go in, get the regulations, unpack them. How did it impact your operations? How did you need to adjust? And what was the impact going to be? And that also led to a drop in available cargo capacity, especially when George alluded to the fact that at one stage we were only allowed to be putting essential goods on the aircraft. So the rapidly changing regulatory environments was one of the biggest challenges we saw, and how we adjusted to that. In addition to the lack of capacity, when carriers couldn't take passengers, there was no economic viability reasoning for them to operate. And so we saw a major constraint and put on our own aircraft in order to address that need, because our volumes in terms of what customers wanted to move stayed pretty much the same. And then we started to see growth spurts. As e-commerce, for example, took off, we saw huge demand for capacity. As people started to buy personal protective equipment out of China, we saw huge capacity constraints out of China. And then we also, of course, saw the market pricing changes coming in, and demand-driven pricing made the cost of air transport for cargo suddenly out of reach for a lot of companies. Prices spiked simply on a demand basis, and forecasting models had to change at a very, very sudden pace or a sudden notice. So a lot of what we had been doing and working well with, all of those models went out the window. And many aviation customers we were discovering were having to weigh up the cost of doing business, the increased landed costs versus the trade-off against their revenue. Belly load volume became more expensive because we know that they weren't carrying passengers. So now you had an aircraft running empty with just belly space cargo available, and it just became uneconomical for carriers to run their legs. We saw a number of flight cancellations because nobody could pay the prices needed to make that flight a viable operation on a particular day. So pricing and forecasting was a huge struggle during COVID-19 for a lot of carriers and a lot of cargo operators in trying to adjust their schedules around what was affordable and whether they could afford to run the routes that they needed to run. In DHL, we talk about VUCA. VUCA is one of those terminologies that we have our own language on. And VUCA, basically, volatility, uncertainty, complexity, and ambiguity was our world over the last 18 months. And in a time of crisis, the one thing we've noted helps us to remain above the waterline was to remain agile, flexible, adaptable, and nimble. How adjustable is your network to pandemics? What are your contingency plans do you have in place to rapidly adjust? And notwithstanding the pandemic brought challenges to us and nobody could ever have seen coming or seen the impact that it's had. Never in the history, I think, of mankind have we seen an impact as we had with COVID. One has to be able to tack one's sails to the prevailing winds in a timeous manner, as my boss quoted for me when I asked him for some background information to our presentation. He was saying he gave us some of these comments. So in our industry, a country problem, a network problem becomes a global problem. And when you think about your network, you've got to think about impact when tackling problems and solutions. And so what we did was during COVID, George mentioned it earlier, we set up what was called a joint operations center. And at the top right-hand side of your screens, you'll see the little logo that we developed with a map of Africa and a mask. And we set up a joint operations center with leading experts within DHL who had functional expertise. So I had my expertise in terms of customs and regulatory, as Gary knows, because we unpack the regulations together. George, who developed solutions and how do we move cold chain temperature medicines around Africa, for example. So we had functional experts that became members of the Joint Operations Center, and it became a single source control and communication center based in Johannesburg. And we managed the crisis for the last 18 months through a central control room with functional subject matter experts bringing expertise to the situation each. So public relations and marketing, sales, because you had customers asking for capacity. You had operations saying, how do we manage our deliveries and our airline in the midst of a pandemic? So the Joint Operations Center was a huge advantage for us in the sense of being able to manage and implement contingencies in the midst of the pandemic. Other lessons learned in terms of leveraging assets, adjusting to changing circumstances, being flexible to changing environments. We've had to do that very, very rapidly on almost a daily basis. In the initial, I think 6 to 9 months of COVID, we rapidly had to adjust our asset deployments and readjusting them to those areas that they were needed most importantly. And the hybrid model has paid dividends in maintaining our expected service levels to customers. I mentioned earlier, we were able to service customers with a 96% on-time delivery, and we were able to get into, I think, 98% of the countries through either our own network or the available commercial airlines. Communication, tone from the top in terms of how we manage crisis was important, putting our people first, keeping our people safe, keeping our people healthy, making sure we had the right human resources in place with contingencies to protect them and to run the operations. And it was a fine balancing act that we were able to maintain significantly. And when I look at our COVID stats of how many of our staff were impacted and how much of our operation was disrupted through COVID, it was minimal because the key we learned during COVID and before COVID was good contingency planning, and planning for a worst case scenario meant that we were able to weather the storm, build our business, show double-digit growth in the midst of a pandemic through provision of customers' expectations and demands. The other important lesson, of course, for the aviation attendees is stay close to your carriers, build those relationships, monitor the trends, look for the opportunities versus the risks, and always remember that quick wins are not sustainable. One of our customers was saying, we had some customers giving us alternative suggestions about how we should be routing material. But we have worked on tried and trusted and relied opportunities and routings to ensure that we were able to weather the storm and keep the network running. And so the lessons for us, contingency planning, putting our staff first, ensuring good, solid communication as to what the plan of action is, how you're going to communicate that plan and implement it, and then monitoring the implementation, and then adjusting it, being nimble, being agile, being adaptable, and being flexible. And then in closing off, I just want to share with you a photograph of what the actual Joint Operations Center looks like. These are, so the one at the top left is the one in Johannesburg that we have, where we've got an operations team. Just behind it, we had an emergency control room, a boardroom that we utilized, where we had the functional experts. And then the other photographs are some of the other operation centers, the joint operation centers that we have around the world that provide real-time flight monitoring and who are looking at contingencies. So if we have a disruption, so as the pandemic did, this is the group of people that look at what are the options available and how do we rapidly and nimbly adjust to the change in our circumstances and situations, and how do we redeploy assets to address a particular need or a particular situation. And so the Joint Operations Center is probably, I would like to say, our crowning glory during COVID in how we've effectively managed the impact of COVID on aviation and how we've managed to maintain a network in the midst of an aviation disruption, the likes of which has never been seen since the start of commercial aviation. So thank you very much, Harry, for the opportunity to share some of the insights from DHL, and I'll hand back the floor to you.
Thank you so much, Jason and George. It's frightening to see what you guys are going through, but you're adapting impressively. And thank you so much for sharing your lessons learned with us. I'm quite sure that people would like to talk to you in the questions and answer session just now. We've got time constraints with Roger Foss, who has to leave at 11. So let's quickly give Roger opportunity. He's the Chief Executive Officer of SA Airlink, and he's going to talk about state-owned enterprise airlines. Is it worth the economic investment? Worth nothing to show. Thank you, Roger.
Thank you, Harry, and thank you very much indeed for shuffling the cards, as it were. George, Jason, you've swapped with me very kindly, and I sincerely appreciate that. Thank you very much indeed. So you have introduced the topic, Harry, and mindful of time, I'm going to go straight into it. The airline sector in South and Southern Africa has been unsustainable for a long time, certainly before COVID. There is a trail of destruction as evidence. As we all know, South African Airways went into business rescue on the 5th of December 2019. It was followed by SA Express a few months later in February 2020, and then Comair, both brands Kulula.com and BA, around about March 2020. Most recently, Mango has stopped operating and is officially in business rescue as of the 28th of July. Both SA and SA Express were in financial distress. They were both insolvent for years. Neither were able to produce audited annual financial statements, and both depended on shareholder subventions for their subsistence. It is interesting that aside from Comair, these are all state-owned enterprises. In the past 21 years or so, since 2000, the collective economic investment in SAA, Mango, and SA Express was around 116 billion rand. I pause because it's quite a shocking number. SAA's pre-business rescue bailouts since 2000 amounted to 39.3 billion rand, and SA Express's were about 3.7 billion rand. SAA's secured lenders amounted to 16.4 billion rand. Post-commencement funding of 10.3 billion rand and subsidiary funding, in addition to the post-commencement funding of 2.7 billion rand, amount to a further 29.4 billion rand, bringing the total to 72.4 billion rand. The concurrent creditor and lessor compromise across South African Airways, SA Express, and Mango amounts to a further 44 billion rand. Thus, the total economic cost of the SOE airlines over the past 21 years is that amount that I read out, 116.4 billion rand. The failure of these businesses and subsequent submission to business rescue has resulted in creditors forfeiting over 40 billion rand in monies owed by state-owned enterprises, which have served to capitalize these businesses by private sector businesses involuntarily. In SAA's instance, aside from the customers holding prepaid tickets amounting to over 3 billion rand, who will never see refunds despite having been assured by the approved business plan that the 3 billion in unflown tickets has in fact been provided for. The business rescue process accounted for some 32 billion rand in creditors' dues being forfeited and thus being commandeered as recapitalization. The magnitude of state-owned enterprise airline business failure is grotesquely insane. No exogenous factors can be blamed. This is squarely at the hand of management, leadership, the boards of directors, and ultimately the executive shareholder that has had multi-tiered involvement in all the SOEs rather than adhering to good corporate governance as principled by the King IV codes. One can only attribute this grand failure to incompetence, mismanagement, corruption, theft, ignorance, and arrogance. The short and long-term damage to the industry is unfair and inequitable. This unprecedented mammoth failure has tainted air transportation business in South Africa. Global lessors such as the Chinese Development Bank have withdrawn their assets and have vowed never to invest in South Africa again. Lessors have lost fortunes in dishonored end-of-lease redelivery obligations that have, in many instances, resulted in aircraft assets being scrapped because of being in advanced state of cannibalization and unserviceability, too far compromised to make economic sense of restoration to serviceable condition. One local lessor had 9 aircraft placed with one SOE airline, and at the time the airline submitted to business rescue, only 4 of these could be considered as potentially salvageable as flying aircraft, as opposed to being scrapped, which was the fate of the other 5. Most creditors are part of a supply value chain of goods and services ranging from fuel supply to inventory hosting and revenue optimizing systems. Many were long-standing partnerships, some local and most global, and I don't believe that most will be rushing back anytime soon for more financial abuse. SAA's loss of integrity and credibility is irredeemable. When considering a combination of SAA Mango and SA Express, the scale of failure and capital squander is unfathomable, and the sovereign damage irreconcilable. The weighted cost of capital for airlines resulting from this tainted history has become more expensive. Credit terms have tightened and choices have diminished due to many large-scale vendors no longer having an appetite to do business. The economic cost of the SOE airlines over the preceding 21 years was approximately 116 billion. South Africa has absolutely nothing to show for it. There are no functional SOE airlines operating, and more capital is required to bring any of the SOE airlines and subsidiaries back into operation. This economic cost quantum excludes the cost of a new fleet of aircraft as contained in the SAA Business Rescue Plan. The estimated cost of SAA's new fleet of technology native, quote, aircraft will be anything between 30 and 40 billion rand. The economic cost of the compromises suffered by concurrent creditors and lessors amounting to 44 billion rand as a result of the business rescue process is included in the 116 billion. For example, the loss suffered by a business like Airlink of almost R1 billion, when accounting for the flown ticket revenue as well as the unflown tickets for no-show customers as a result of SAA's payment default, is a real economic cost to the likes of our business and also to the wider economy. Over and above these absolute economic costs that I've described, there are implied costs that are difficult to calculate. These have not been included in the 116 billion economic cost referred to. Total defaults by state-owned enterprise airlines to other state-owned enterprises in the airline business, in the airline industry, such as the Airports Company of South Africa, Air Traffic Navigation Services, South African Weather Services, South African Civil Aviation Authority, totals an additional 1.2 billion rand. This default by state-owned enterprise airlines implies an economic rent on private airlines as AXA, ATNS, and SA Weather Services are fixed cost businesses that will have to seek revenue elsewhere to fill the gap left by the default of the state-owned enterprise airlines, which will have an inflationary effect in the long run. There are at least 2 High Court judgments against SAA for predating on private airlines. Both Comair and Nationwide were successful in their complaints against South African Airways, with Comair's award against SAA amounting to approximately 750 million rand. The cost of discriminatory pricing by AXA and ATNS on private airlines, SA, SA Express, and Mango, collects passenger services charges, for example, on behalf of AXA, but they don't pay it over to AXA, effectively achieving high yields by not paying the money collected from customers as passenger services charges across to AXA, amounting to unequal treatment or discrimination, which is a contravention of several aviation-related acts, such as the AXA Act and the ATNS Act, both of which stipulate fair and equal treatment of all stakeholders. The downstream economic cost of more than 5,000 employees losing their jobs between SAA, SAA Technical, Mango Air Chefs, and SACS. This number can be multiplied by 4 and again by 4 to consider individual impact of all supported by the breadwinners. The biggest consideration, perhaps, is probably the opportunity cost of the government not gainfully investing the squandered 116 billion in the South African economy over the last 21 years. From a socio-economic perspective and from an infrastructure perspective, imagine a scenario where the government invested 50% of the amount above in aviation infrastructure, reconsidered its visa regime, and rendered South Africa the hub of choice to connect to and from Africa, and invited the private sector airlines, domestic and international, to bring as many passengers as possible to and from South Africa. And here's another one. The International Air Services Council, which is promulgated in terms of Act 60 of 1993, and it is a juristic body, became defunct at the end of March this year. This is an obligation of the Ministry of Transport to in place a council such that the International Air Services Council remains fully constituted, and that has not been the case. Part of the obligations and responsibilities of the International Air Services Council are to award international traffic rights, and at the same time to rescind international traffic rights that are no longer in use. Now, since that body has become defunct, no dormant traffic rights have been able to be rescinded and reallocated to airlines that are ready to take up those opportunities and provide air services. As a result, there are several gaps, routes like Kinshasa, not operated by a South African operator, and many others. Nigeria, Lagos is not served. Nairobi in Kenya is not served. Kinshasa is not served. Lilongwe and Blantyre in Malawi are not served, and I can carry on. And the interesting aspect is that whilst no South African airline is able to take up this opportunity, this economic opportunity, interestingly, other international airlines are there, like Ethiopian and its relationship in Malawi, are providing the services between South Africa and Lilongwe and Blantyre. And where are the South African carriers? And what happens to the South African job opportunities? We currently sit with almost 33% of our society unemployed, and yet we're giving the opportunities away to foreign carriers in order to protect perhaps our state-owned enterprises. Our government is adamant that the relaunch of South African Airways as version 2.0 will proceed. The Takatso Consortium, which includes Harith General Partners, is working with South African Airways management and its shareholder, Department of Public Enterprises, in preparing SAA for launching its version 2.0 iteration. It would be re-entering the market at an unfortunate time where the market is a shadow of its former self, decimated by the COVID pandemic, diminutive at best, with yields a fraction of expectation as set down in SAA's approved business recipe plan. Given the extent to which customers, suppliers, travel trade partners, and service providers throughout the world were cheated of their rightful dues by defaulting state-owned enterprise airlines, one must ask whether the damage caused to the credibility and integrity of the state-owned airlines can be salvaged and restored in the circumstances. And importantly, again, I say, there is absolutely nothing to show of the economic investment of more than 116 billion over the past 21 years. It is telling when considering that 21 years ago, SAA had a market share measured by passenger traffic of approximately 75% of both international market and domestic market. Before SAA succumbed to business rescue in December 2019, it had less than 15% of the international market to and from South Africa and less than 10% of the domestic market. During the same 21-year period, we have seen the emergence of powerful network systems across the continent, pivoting at mega hubs such as Dubai, Doha, Istanbul, Abu Dhabi, and providing similar access from almost anywhere in Africa to almost anywhere in the world, and vice versa. Before the pandemic, Emirates had 4 frequencies to Johannesburg, 3 to Cape Town, and 1 to Durban, and served Harare, Lusaka, Dar es Salaam, and Luanda directly. Other global network carriers such as Qatar and Turkish followed suit. As the world adapts to life with COVID, we are seeing demand for air access slowly resuscitating, and capacity is being gradually reintroduced commensurately. Meanwhile, new commercial alliances have been forged to link source markets to end destinations more effectively and more reliably. And these include the most relevant global brands such as Emirates, Qatar, Lufthansa, Air France, KLM, British Airways, United Airlines, Delta, Virgin, Turkish, Cathay Pacific, Ethiopian, Kenyan, amongst many others. There is no doubt that starting SAA version 2.0 will require a substantial investment on the part of the shareholders, Takatso Consortium and the South African government, respectively. Its credibility has been compromised. It will have to earn new stripes. The saying, "You don't know what you don't know," comes to mind. Is it worth it? Is it needed? Can it adapt to the new world, given its history? The jury is out, and I thank you.
Thank you, Roger. How should one say? Thank you very much for sharing this concerning picture. That is really concerning. Roger, tell me, do you have time for 1 or 2 questions, or you know?
I don't, unfortunately, but what I'm very happy to do, Harry, if you don't mind, I'm actually in a board meeting as well. So if you don't mind, I need to get back to the board meeting. I said 11 o'clock. I'm overdue. Let me get back to that. But if there are any questions, perhaps if somebody can send them through to me by email, and I'll be very happy to answer them.
Thank you, Roger. Thank you so much for
Thank you,
your
Harry.
presentation.
Thank you.
And all the best. Thank you so much. Right, ladies and gents, thank you so much to Roger for this excellent presentation. What we're going to do now is we will do questions and answers. Pierre Tritter already has taken questions after his presentation. So we're now going to spend some time with George Wood and Jason Blackman, and the floor is now open for you guys to ask questions to these gentlemen. If they can kindly switch on the cameras again so that we can bring them into the panel. Ladies and gents, what you can do is you can use if you go to the bottom of your screen to reactions, you'll see there's an option where you can raise your hand and I can recognize you, and then we can ask some questions for the gentleman. You can obviously ask a question for a certain member of the panel or to the panel as a whole, and we can then take the questions. George, are you there?
Let me quickly see if I can get hold of him, Harry. Give me one. Yeah.
There we go. There we go. So now we've got Jason and George into the panel. Ladies and gents, okay, questions. Let me see the guys on YouTube. Guys on YouTube, you're welcome to ask questions as well. You can text your questions. Now, Jason, we had to rush you there while you were presenting to give George, Roger opportunity to present. I don't know, is there perhaps, while we're waiting for people to ask questions, is there something you want to add perhaps?
So for me, it goes back down to what I think was the essential element of my summation when we summed it up. So George presented a very bleak picture of what the situation in reality looks like based on actual factual data. And as I said, the key for DHL during the entire COVID pandemic, and even now, as George mentioned as well, even now, we're still running, I think it's 5 or 6 flights a week in and out of Europe via Bahrain in order to maintain consistent and reliable and sustainable air capacity for our customers. So it's all about your contingency planning, how you adapt to rapidly changing situations. Every night at midnight, I used to sit on the internet at 12:01, the government gazettes in South Africa used to come out. And every evening at 12:01 midnight, I would go into all the government gazettes, grab the regulations that had been published, because there were usually 5 or 10 different regulations changed, and looked at how did they impact our business? Was there an impact to aviation? Was there an impact to our ground operations? And what did we need to do to effectively respond to that? And so having that single source of truth, as my boss would call it, at the Joint Operations Center available, we were able to rapidly adjust and rapidly plan around the contingencies. So we developed new models, we developed new forecasting, and we had the right people on the bus. So we had functional experts that were leaders in their field in our Joint Operations Center. So George, as I mentioned, George has 20 years of Royal Air Force experience. I confess I do not have the same level of background as George does. But George's experience of 20 years of doing logistics in the Air Force, my experience with customs and regulatory, and then contributing to our industry through the SAPA industry body as a collective industry. How did we respond to the impact of COVID, and how did we drive regulatory engagements with government? And so a lot of the work we did as an industry, apart from obviously our own individual company approaches, was we collectively, through various forums like BUSA and SAPA and SAF, we collectively engaged with government. And one of the things we did see, one of the lessons we learned was very early on in the pandemic, the private-public engagement dialogue was lacking. The government would change the regulations. There would be little or no private consultation with the private sector. And so we were left to almost not fend for ourselves, but, have to try and adjust rapidly to what these new regulations required. And what we were appreciative of the fact is that as the pandemic progressed, so there was a lot more regulatory engagement. Government approached us. We approached government, we engaged, we found common ground. A good example of this is the removal of the essentials only transportation allowances that were lifted, I think, in May, where the government said, fine, we're no longer going to differentiate between essential and non-essential. They opened up the e-commerce gates. And so that engagement and that dialogue was an important development for the industry and for helping to get the transport sector back up and running in a less constrained environment that we found in the early days of the pandemic. So for us, it was a learning curve in terms of a situation that nobody had ever predicted would ever happen, but good contingency planning meant resilience and gave us a good opportunity to bounce back very, very quickly. In those first 2 weeks in April, when the airport was virtually shut down, within 24 to 48 hours, I think we had at least 2 or 3 aircraft already prepared and ready. We got the authorizations to operate them, and we were able to get our supply chain moving into the countries where we were able to get into. Even with the half loads or the limited capacities that we were allowed in terms of essential goods, we still went ahead, made the investments, and were able to deliver on the commitments that we had made to our customers. But it's all about contingency, being nimble, being agile, and being flexible.
Now, when you said this morning, forecasting went out of the window. Man, how do you live if you can't forecast? How do you plan if you can't forecast? And so you have to fall back on your best practices and what you've learned in the past and so on, and learning now. So it's quite impressive how you guys are doing that. I'm just curious, to what extent you think you'll take on new technology like drones and stuff like Pierre spoke about earlier on in this presentation.
George?
Yeah, so we have a division called CSI and Innovation Center, and they've been looking at drone technology now for a few years. They did some testing. I think it was Uganda, Jason. They did some testing of the drone there, and there is one fly. I believe there is one flying. They are looking at it. They're certainly wanting to go there. I think you probably heard we've also got an electric aircraft now because we have the global push is to zero carbon footprint. So yeah, I mean, that technology is there. Every company's looking at it. We know it's the way forward. I think it's been clear for quite a few, and especially for communities that are, isolated. And it is, there are plenty of those in Africa, on the African continent, and we need to get medicines to them, life-saving medicines to them. And I think that's the easiest way to do, rather than a 4-day bus journey. Yeah, so definitely we're going to see more deliveries by drones. We're going to see the advent, I think, of electric aircraft. I've got my eye on that. So that looks quite interesting. Just wondering what the capacity, the cargo capacity is going to be. But yeah, the future is bright post-COVID, I think.
Yeah, and in fact, Harry, our Strategy 2025 slogan for DHL is delivering excellence in a digital world. And a lot of the focus we've got, along with technology, is how do we incorporate digitization into our everyday business practices? And so that's becoming more and more of a focal point, not just for DHL. It's the global trend, is this progression towards digitization. How do we digitize the customs and regulatory processes? How do we digitize the way that we do cross-border trade? And that's becoming more and more important as we expand across the world, in terms of how the business environment is changing. And COVID has helped accelerate that digitization process and making it even more relevant today than it was maybe 2 years ago.
Absolutely. Yeah, I'm also thinking now about the interface of your customer, the apps and stuff, the customer experience engaging with DHL. Previously you only could walk into a depot, what do you call it, guys, depots or what? And now you...
Yeah, service points, yeah.
Yeah, so now it's, through apps and all this type of technology. And so the world is changing. As you said, COVID has changed a lot. Same with the transfer form. COVID forced us into a different platform. And it's interesting now the world is changing. No, excellent. It seems people don't have questions. They're enjoying us talking, but let's maybe get some closing remarks from you guys. Maybe we can start with George and then Jason, and then we'll take a break. So let's have George. George, some closing comments.
Thanks, Harry. So yeah, I think it's been challenging. Everyone will agree on that. We've all learned lessons. Will it end? Yes, it will. It will end, and we will see a return to pre-COVID normal. However, I think we're resilient creatures. We're going to take what we learned from COVID, and we're going to put it into our, incorporate it into our operations now. I think we talk to customers better. We've had to. Especially with the lengthened transit times, etc. And the way we interact with the customers, I think that's going to change a little bit. We see a lot of companies now. I've got so many meeting apps on my computer now. It's always been, because DHL Express, we're an international company. It's Zoom, not Zoom, but Skype was the norm. I would speak to colleagues in Singapore or the US on a daily basis on. But a lot of companies, they haven't really experienced that, and there was still meeting face to face. It was very new, Zoom meetings, etc. Welcome to my world now. But I think, but that actually has a good point, because what about business travel? Will that reduce? And I think it will, because Zoom is connecting everyone a lot more than we were pre-COVID. So that's going to have an impact on aviation moving forward. But thank you so much for hearing my doom. I've really enjoyed it, and I hope you've got some interesting factoids out of that. And I'll hand over to my colleague Jason.
Thank you, George.
Thanks, George.
Yes, Jason.
So thanks, Harry. So for me, George is right. There's a lovely scripture I love to think of, and I call myself the right reverend. I was a graduate last year in theology studies, and often like to quote from the good book. And the one thing that I think a lot of people like to hear about is that this too will pass. So it's a very good scripture. I like it because it talks about there is always some positivity at the end of the tunnel, and this too will pass. We're in this. We've been in it for a longer than expected period. We had an initial lockdown, I think, of 3 weeks, and we all started planning our lives. At 3 weeks' time, life was going to resume to a sense of normalcy, and it hasn't. We've now settled into the new norm. We're seeing a lot more consistency in the way that we are approaching our business operations. We're seeing reliability, consistency, the plans and the lessons that we've learned, we've put into practice, and we're seeing good returns on those investments and the lessons learned. And just the key takeaways for me, the contingency planning, putting our staff first. So in everything that we do, our staff are our number one focus. Is it safe for our staff to be doing what we're doing? Are we able to maintain a safe working environment for our staff? So making sure that our human resources, our staff, are taken care of. We take care of our staff, the rest of the business tends to fall in line. And so we made sure we took care of our staff during COVID. We made sure that they felt secure in their jobs, that they knew that they were going to be kept on board and that they were going to contribute to changing the world, in a manner of speaking, through the vaccine deliveries and moving essential goods around the world. So putting our staff first, having good contingency planning, and then for me, most importantly, was communication, the ability to tell people what the plan was, how the plan was going to work, and what the impact was going to be, and how to weather the storm, and encouraging and motivating our workforce to be resilient in the face of what seemed to be overwhelming odds at times. And we had a strong, motivated workforce during COVID. We delivered on our promises to customers, and as I say, it was not any rocket science practice approach. It was going back to basics, communication, putting people first, good contingency planning, and having a team of experts that you can have access to that can give input, collaborate, and then also the public-private partnership with government and dialogue with government about what, as the private sector, we can share with them in terms of experiences and getting their buy-in as to what changes are needed to allow the economy to rebound and to start getting business and supply chains flowing again. So for us, those are the key takeaways. And from my side, thank you again, Harry, for allowing us to present and share some insights. I'm hoping that your audience has enjoyed it. And as I say, if they have any questions, Harry, that as Roger did as well, if they have any questions we haven't answered or they want to talk to us one-on-one, please let us know and we'll be happy to reach out to them individually. You can pass on their contact details to either George or myself. Pass them all on to George. But no, you can pass them on to us and we'll respond to them if there's individual questions that they don't want to ask in this forum. So thank you again for the opportunity, and it's been a pleasure sharing with your audience some of these insights.
Thank you so much, Jason and George. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give this panel a big hand. Great spending some time with you, learning from you guys. And you're impressive in the way you're doing your work, and your passion is contagious. Thank you so much. I see in the chat room, people already asked for your contact details, and surely we'll pass it on. So have a blessed day and take care. Thank you so much for sharing. We look forward to seeing lots of you again in the future with the Transport Forum. Thank you so much. Ladies and
gentlemen. Thanks, Harry. Thanks, everybody.
We're going to take a short break, I'll put up a timer for us and we'll see each other. Let's take it just after 11:30. We will be back here and we will continue. Thank you so much. Okay, guys, let's take up our seats again. We're about to start the second session of Air Services. It's still the 19th of August, and we're spending some time with excellent panelists. Just share the other screen. And here we go. So the second portion of our event today, we're going to have the South African Civil Aviation Authority talking to us. We're going to have Wesgro, and we're going to have an independent advisor, aviation specialist, Dr. Joachim van Moorten, also talking to us. So this is going to be very interesting. And so the first presentation now will be Pindiwe Gwebu. She's the Executive Corporate Services, and Babalwa Ndandani. She's the Executive Legal and Aviation Compliance of the South African Civil Aviation Authority. They're going to talk to us about managing COVID-19, the regulatory and multi-stakeholder approach. Thank you very much. We're looking forward to your presentation.
Good morning, Chair. Because
Hi.
of time constraints from my side, the presentation was going to be shared between myself and Pindi. Pindi will proceed as I would need to be excused in the middle of the presentation.
Thank you, Babalwa. Can you just go to slideshow mode? We can see your slide, but we see your entire screen, you know. If you go to slideshow, if I remember correctly, you can. There we go. Excellent. Excellent. Thank you.
See. Okay. Okay, I got that right. I don't know, Harry, if you can hear me and the audience can.
Yes, we can.
Okay. As Babalwa has made the introduction, my name is Pindiwe Gwebu. I'm the Executive for Corporate Services at the South African Civil Aviation Authority. I was meant to share this presentation with Ms. Ndandani, but unfortunately she'll have to drop from the call somewhere in between. So I'm going to try and take the audience through. We decided on the topic about managing COVID-19, the regulatory and multi-stakeholder approach, because as a regulator, we became, it became quite clear to us the role that all the stakeholders in civil aviation can play. In fact, not just in civil aviation, in other sectors as well, including your military and the police, can play in terms of managing COVID-19 successfully. Okay, I'm trying to move.
Page up or page down on your PC.
Okay, there we go. The presentation outline just really touches a little bit on the background, where we're coming from, and also the role that the regulator as well as the industry played during this current pandemic. We will touch a little bit on past major global events and what impact they had, especially financially on civil aviation operations. And we're also going to touch on the impact of COVID-19 more specifically on the civil aviation industry. And we will try and zoom into the South African environment more as we talk about the impact. But also we'll touch on the international response to the pandemic, noting that South Africa is not operating as an island, and the nature of civil aviation is that it's a global business, and therefore we form part of that response plan from an international perspective. And then also some opportunities that we have seen that we can pick up from this, and I probably will just touch on what it is we're doing as a regulator, almost as a way forward. So I'm not going to stick too much on that. I think this has been presented by you, Harry, as well as Gary at the beginning. We all know where all of this started when the lockdown happened. I think at that point, perhaps very few of us thought that the president's announcement would have such an immediate effect. And perhaps all of us thought that we would have time to prepare before we actually see or roll out the national lockdowns that we saw at the time. However, it wasn't like that. But also, we saw that government's response as time went on, a few weeks or a month or two down the line, that government quickly adopted a risk-based approach, which then introduced the 5 alert levels that we are now accustomed to. And also, we also realized that government essentially had a lot of balls to juggle all at the same time. And it wasn't easy. And we've seen it in some of the decisions just in the civil aviation space, which I think if it was not for the multi-stakeholder engagements that we're having at the time, we probably would have had a very tough time acclimatizing to what was happening around us. But as we've seen, the process that followed and that is still actually unfolding at this point is that the president makes an announcement or pronounces on certain things, and the COGTA minister will then establish the regulations. We would follow suit where the minister releases the directions. But then CAA had to work overnight to come up with guidelines that are responding to COVID specifically. I'm saying that specifically because what perhaps many people don't know is that South Africa's preparedness plan for pandemics actually was established as far back as 2006. In fact, ICAO came to South Africa, and that was the first ICAO meeting that was held and in Africa that was specifically addressing the issue of communicable diseases by air travel. And South Africa presented our preparedness plan to ICAO, and we also staged a simulation exercise with the support of AXA at OR Tambo. And South Africa at that time then became the example basically globally of what it is that we need to do during a pandemic. But I must hasten to say that COVID-19 showed us a completely different picture because we were just not ready for COVID specifically. And obviously, it has been said by other speakers that domestic and international travel was immediately prohibited. You'll see in the numbers in subsequent slides in terms of just how much that prohibition actually had an impact from an airline perspective or a passenger travel perspective. We also know that cargo at the beginning, government decided that essential cargo, which included more medical supplies, as well as food security aspects, would have been covered. But it was quite difficult to manage that. And very soon, government changed their decision to say that all cargo will be permitted. So for a few months, in fact, especially in April there, we were busy now managing cargo flights as well as repatriation and evacuation flights, which were the only ones that were allowed at the time. So just to give context basically to where CAA, the Civil Aviation Authority, fits into this picture. In terms of the Civil Aviation Act of 2009, it's Act number 13. The objects of the Civil Aviation Act are basically to control and regulate civil aviation safety and security. And the question becomes, where does the management of communicable diseases fall in? And they fall in perhaps mostly in that first object, but also to a certain extent in relation to the rest of the other objects, because we still have to make sure that the industry operates. We also had to make sure that we still promote safety and security throughout the unfolding of the pandemic. And from an ICAO perspective, ICAO started the discussions on communicable diseases many years ago, more than 13 years ago. And in that time, ICAO was principally responding to the pandemic. Well, they were not pandemics, but they were more communicable diseases because they were never declared as a pandemic by the WHO. And when we saw the SARS, the Zika virus, the MERS unfolding, and ICAO then decided that there definitely has to be a response from a management of civil aviation and safety. And in that regard, ICAO partnered with WHO to come up with a program that's going to respond to this. So our biggest stakeholder in terms of managing communicable diseases then became largely WHO. And so when you see these critical elements that are showing currently on the screen, you would note that the Civil Aviation Authority has a responsibility to develop a primary aviation legislation and then ensure that it is implemented by the industry. And therefore, from an ICAO perspective, Annex 6 was impacted from a safety perspective, and Annex 9, which deals mostly with facilitation, and it includes other stakeholders like your Home Affairs, the police, the defense, and so on. Just maybe to touch a little bit on the role of the CAA during this particular pandemic. And we developed regulations years ago, which were promulgated by the Minister of Transport. And then thereafter, we also developed a national aviation pandemic preparedness plan. That plan was informed by a program which was developed by ICAO, which we call CAPSCA. And in terms of the CAPSCA program from ICAO, all states across the globe are supposed to have a pandemic preparedness plan. And this preparedness plan impacts actually everybody within the aviation industry, including your airlines, your airports, your emergency services people in and around the airport precincts mostly, but also your ground handlers, your baggage holders, and all of those other aviation key stakeholders. And at that time, when we developed this plan, all aviation entities or operators were required to have their own in-house preparedness plans. What became clear to us, because before COVID hit, we had incidences, for instance, of the SARS virus, as well as the Zika virus and Ebola mostly. And whenever the CAA would go around to the operators to check how often they update their preparedness plans, you'd find that it was developed and it was put on some file cabinet somewhere, and there's basically no movement. When you check at the standard operating procedures of the different operators, you find that it has got officials that have long left the organizations. And that for us was a lesson, because it meant that now we have to make sure on an ongoing basis that as part of our oversight responsibility as the regulator, we make sure that all the aviation role players actually go back to their preparedness plans and they update them also, just to make sure that they are still relevant for the situation. But I will be the first one to admit that we didn't think that we would be hit by a pandemic such as COVID-19. And therefore, this required all stakeholders basically to rally together and come up with a solution. Were the solutions perfect? Perhaps maybe at times they were not perfect, but they were necessary for us to move forward. And I think we've learned quite a lot of lessons as the civil aviation industry in that regard. So the role of CAA basically was to coordinate, to play a coordination role. I heard some of the speakers saying that the consultation came in quite late in the process. And we have established forums within the civil aviation industry, which really includes the captains of industries as well. And in these forums, we try to discuss these things, but the final decision doesn't rest with the CAA, it rests with the Ministry of Transport. So we would come together as the industry and workshop some of the proposals for the directions as well as guidelines, and we would submit them to the ministry. And because the ministry has to juggle a lot of balls, I'll make an example here. There was a huge debate with regards to whether when domestic travel was eventually opened in June 2020, could the aircrafts be capacitated in full, in 100%. And we went to the minister and we said, we can guarantee that there is safety. There is safety for us to actually load the aircraft in full, because I mean, considerations across the globe were that perhaps we should leave certain rows empty, we should leave seats in between empty and all of that. And it very quickly became obvious to us that that's not going to be sustainable for our airlines. And therefore, we had to then come up with much more convincing information that we shared with the ministry to say that it is safe for us to actually fill the aircraft into full capacity. Of course, there are certain regulations that we have to adhere to in terms of making sure that if somebody becomes sick on board an aircraft, there will be space in the aircraft for the crew, for the cabin crew to attend to those situations. So these are some of the discussions that we had with the industry. And hence for us, that multi-stakeholder engagement, we feel that it is key in making sure that we manage any pandemic as successfully as the civil aviation industry. And some of the solutions that we came up with as we went on, because we have an obligation as per our mandate in the Act to make sure that we provide oversight. The first challenge was that the nature of COVID-19 was such that you should minimize physical interaction as much as possible. And at this time, operators wanted to still continue with the renewal of their air operator certificates. They wanted CAA to conduct these inspections. We couldn't do it in the first month, which was April, but soon thereafter, we then decided that we are going to basically follow a risk-based approach just to check how has an operator behaved in the past from a compliance perspective, because that would have informed us whether it is safe for us to rely on a desktop evaluation where the operator sends us documents, we evaluate them, and we're able to then give them their approval as they require. And there would also be certain instances, because as soon as the virus hit, industry became very much innovative in terms of, and started to diversify their business models in terms of using their existing aircraft for different purposes than they had originally included in their AOCs. And that meant that our airworthiness inspectors would then have to go out and conduct physical inspections with those aircraft. So we again partnered with the industry and the operators and said, we will bring our end of the deal in terms of making sure that our inspectors are safe and they've got their PPEs in place, but please, operator, make sure that your people are also safe, because it was important to protect everybody within the value chain. And we saw that there was a heightened dependence, not just on us, and I think across the globe. And I think when Pierre, I think, was presenting, touched a lot on the dependence on technology. This is something that also we felt, we actually experienced, in the sense that where we could now not take physical applications, especially for your personnel, we had to now revert to technology and say, submit your documents online. We will evaluate the documents, we'll communicate with you online, and until your license is ready. And then the only part that unfortunately we could not do away with is when our license holders had to come physically to the CAA to come and collect their licenses. And also immediately, in fact, when the president announced the lockdown, the national lockdown, the director of civil aviation issued exemptions. These exemptions were meant to provide relief within the civil aviation industry, both from an aviation personnel perspective, as well as from an operator's perspective, to say that let us give extensions rather to the existing approvals that the personnel and the operators had in hand. And that was done for a limited period, of course. And there came a time eventually where we could not rely on that anymore, because now we were facing a much more higher risk than we had initially when the pandemic was announced by the president. And then also we engaged in a lot of training exercises for the industry because for the industry to comply, we actually required that they use the guidelines that the minister had issued for them to update and develop standard operating procedures, just for us to understand that their operations are happening within a safe environment, because every time the minister consulted with the CAA on what is the readiness of the industry for us to open, they would ask, but what do you have to show and prove that they are actually the industry is ready for operations? And these standard operating procedures actually came in handy because they made sure that industry has put in place the protocols for COVID that would make sure that as they operate, they are able to operate safely. So we do appreciate actually the collaboration as well as the cooperation that we received from the industry at the time, because it ensured that they are able to continue operating, and also we were able to give the assurance that these operations are done in a safe manner. Okay, and also I think I touched on this, so I'm going to move forward. Some of the major events that took place globally. And here we're really just trying to see what is the real impact of COVID on civil aviation operations. And we can see that with some of these major events that had happened, aviation, or more specifically the airline industry, was impacted quite greatly. You'll see that during the Gulf War in 1991, the airline losses peaked at about $4.8 billion. And you see 9/11 is one of those. And you can also see that there's a pandemic there when it comes to SARS and the impact that it had, which really affected 6 billion in revenue losses for global airlines and so on. So there are many other major events that had taken place. But when we look at just specifically the I won't say pandemics, I'll just say communicable diseases that had an impact on civil aviation more specifically. I can count a few of those. The SARS, for instance, a virus in 2003 had an impact of about $7 billion losses. And Ebola in 2014 had about 2.2 billion losses from a revenue point of view. And the MERS virus, as well as the avian flu, were not that major. In fact, even the time that they lasted was quite shorter. And I think one of the things that kind of hit the civil aviation industry hard is the fact that every time we predicted that, okay, now it looks like we are over the worst, and then we are hit by another wave. So now we kind of have to think 10 steps ahead, because we also don't know up to this stage. And I think scientists as well have not been able to give us proper assurance that how many waves are we likely to experience before this is over. But we are believing that the measures that civil aviation industry, especially in South Africa, has put in place has made it possible for us to at least move forward. And when we speak about recovery, we can already see that recovery. And I'm hoping that some of the few stats that I'm going to share will basically shed a light when it comes to that. So I'm not going to, I've already spoken to really what the impact of the COVID outbreak had on travel, both globally as well. And also, I think I touched on this quite a bit, so I'm going to move. And this is some of the statistics we got from ICAO from a point of view of estimating the impact on world scheduled passengers for the year 2020. And this was in comparison to the statistics or the numbers in 2019. And we can see that overall, the reduction of 50% of seats were offered by airlines in 2020. And in terms of the number, it's about 2.6 million passengers, which was less by 60%, and also approximately 371 billion loss in US dollars, that is, was experienced by airlines in 2020. If we come home to South Africa and just look at what the impact was immediately when the president declared, because we went on national lockdown on the 26th of March, And the flights that were processed, passenger flights, these are passenger numbers, were about 12,567. And as you can see, the average mostly is about 1.8, 1.7 million passengers a month that we were seeing in Africa, in South African airports. And that number went down drastically in May, which took us to about 6,639 passengers that were processed through our airports. And we've seen a gradual growth, as you can see the numbers, that by March 2021, we were now sitting at about 824,000 passengers going through our airports. And this number is gradually increasing. And the question that we had was, as the waves become more harsher, is there going to be an impact in terms of these numbers? We haven't seen them as yet. We see that the numbers that you are looking at there that are in red, it means that they were not yet declared. This is just a provisional number that we collected from the airlines and from AXA. But you can see that in May, when we closed, the official numbers were at 836, which means that even with the third wave being declared, we are not yet seeing a drastic drop in terms of numbers. And we understand that airlines had to do a lot of work in terms of encouraging people to start flying, but we also realize that there are times when there's people become lethargic about flying and they're just not sure whether they should or they shouldn't. But we are encouraged to see that there is activity that is happening. This graph is just really reiterating the previous numbers that I've shown. This orange line here is the passenger numbers for the 2020-2021 financial year, and the blue one here is for the current financial year, which is 2021-2022. We can already see that there is a movement upwards, even though the movement is not going to be consistent all throughout the year as a result of the impact of the different waves. What was the impact for our airline industry? The minister opened domestic flights in June 2020, and immediately we saw SA Airlink back in the air, FlySafair, some airlift going up. And then there was still not much activity from the side of Comair, but they soon joined the fold. I think around October 2020, they started flying. But what we've seen with the impact of the third wave now, we've seen that British Airways and Lyft took a more cautious approach because they then suspended their flights. My understanding is that Lyft started again in August, and British Airways is still also taking a cautious approach because they've said they estimate that they are going to start operating again, I think from the 1st of September. I think Roger touched on the issue of Mango Airlines, who has now gone on business rescue. And our understanding is that SAA is intending to operate. In fact, indications from our side after they applied for their the renewal of their air operator certificate was that they intended to start with cargo operations now in October. I'm not quite sure what the progress is on that. One of the things that we've seen, because South Africa is the country with the most infections in Africa, we've seen that some of the countries have been very cautious in terms of flying into South Africa. So you'll see even with our regional flights as well as the international flights, they also are taking a cautious approach where you find that some of them opened and they haven't stopped since October because regional and international flights were opened in October 2020. But there are some airlines like, for instance, your Emirates who are flying into South Africa, but they still are not catering for flights out of South Africa. And also there are countries like your Netherlands who are still saying they are operating, but they are not accepting South Africans into their space. So these are some of the things that we are watching very closely. But again, I must impress that the recovery seems to be promising from at least where we are standing, because more and more of the international and regional airlines are actually operating into South Africa. We still are waiting for Singapore Airlines at this point, as well as Qatar Qantas said that they are going to start operating in October, so we're also watching that very close. We were watching their behavior now during the third wave, whether there was going to be any major changes, but we haven't really seen or experienced those. Etihad Airways applied for an FOP with us for non-scheduled flights, but we haven't seen anything from a scheduled flights point of view. So we're watching that very closely. And then looking at the statistics issued by the International Labour Organization, when it comes to now the impact of COVID from a jobs perspective, we can see in that table there what the contribution of aviation is to the job market. And also direct and indirect jobs as well. But what we can see, and this has been reported widely, is just how much airlines shed jobs during this COVID time. So we do know that jobs have been impacted and employment have been impacted greatly when it comes to this. And therefore, some of the things that the industry is dealing with are issues of considering the working hours that they offer employees, reduction of wages. We've seen that a lot also even in South Africa, and also agreements on paid and unpaid leaves and hiring freezes and layoffs. I guess it just came. I think that was mostly the worst that hit the civil aviation industry. And then in terms of the international responses and initiatives, as I said earlier in the earlier slides, ICAO long established this CAPSCA program, which is the collaborative arrangement for the prevention and management of public health events in civil aviation, years ago. And when it came now to managing COVID, they established a council aviation recovery task force that produced about, I think we're now sitting on the third installment of the CAT document, where they are giving guidance to states in terms of how to respond and making sure. The principle about the CAT is that ICAO wants to ensure clean cargo, clean airports, clean crew, clean airlines, and so on. And also to assist those countries, especially that are struggling to make to comply to these cuts. They also introduced what they call ICAO IPEC risk analysis. It's a tool that's also empowering countries with some training in terms of how they can get their houses back in order for them to be able to manage and recover from COVID. And then also we have depended a lot on the information, because COVID by its nature is a health hazard, and therefore we depend a lot on the information and the guidance that comes from the World Health Organization. And locally, we work very closely with the Department of Health as well. And also there's been a very close alliance with IATA. They are one of the stakeholders that we consult from time to time in terms of making sure and also relying on a lot of their research work and studies that they are conducting, as well as tools that they are bringing, that they are introducing to make sure that the industry as a whole can cope. The public health corridors is a concept that also came with the CAT. Basically, what states are doing, they are basically building public health corridors to make sure that the entire system, the value chain actually works and that it yields the results that we are looking at. What are some of the opportunities that we've picked up with COVID? Obviously, there is definitely a need for businesses to rethink their operating models to ensure that they remain relevant even post and during COVID, in fact. And also technology has become the biggest answer for some of our operations, because we are a regulator, we develop regulations, we consult with the industry on those regulations, and therefore the need to rely on technology to be able to carry our mandate satisfactorily has become also important. But I believe technology affects all of the business types within the industry, and we've seen that manifesting itself in the systems that the operators are bringing, are developing rather. And then also working remotely. As a regulator, we work remotely. In fact, even now we still work remotely. Perhaps because we are a regulator, this is doable for us, but we have started doing physical inspections where there is a need. And I think, but this is an opportunity for many companies to work remotely. And also improved collaboration, coordination, and communication amongst the stakeholders is just, I can't overemphasize that because it doesn't really serve a purpose for us to come up with guidelines and directions for the minister without actually consulting with the stakeholders, because soon we have to go back and revise some of those because we did not consider everything that is critical. Unfortunately, it's not possible to please everybody all the time, but we have found that the collaboration and the communication, the coordination between the regulator and the stakeholders actually has made this journey a bit bearable for us. Going to the end, I just wanted to say as a way forward, is that once the industry has adapted quickly to dealing with the impact of previous crises, it's clear that the magnitude and the impact of COVID is far greater than any of us had ever estimated. And the fact that we still are not sure when it's going to end, we've seen with previous viruses that the lifespan, even if it was longer, you would find that the impact was not as hard as it is with COVID. And in some of the cases, some of the viruses were actually quite short-lived, and therefore it was easy for the industry to stand back up on their feet and continue operating and become profitable. But with this virus, that was not possible. And therefore, what we are saying as a way forward is that the constant and continued engagement between the industry as a whole, including government, is going to make this a little bit or reduce the pain, of actually making sure that we survive at the end of the day. And I think I'm going to end it there, Harry, and we will take any questions if there are any. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Findy. Clearly, it's such important work you guys are doing, and we really appreciate sharing this with us. And as you said, collaboration is so important. So we will definitely have to collaborate, and that's one of the things this Transport Forum is doing, is to get people to collaborate and to connect to each other and share content. So thank you very much for this. Would you be available for the questions and answer session? Thank you very much. So ladies and gents, let's give Findy a hand. Thank you very much for sharing with us. And we will be going to look at our program quickly. All right. Our next presenter then, and we're still talking Air Services, is Mr. David King. He's the project manager for Cape Town Air Access at Wesgro. He's going to talk about the significance of recovering air services for South Africa. Thank you very much, David.
Hi, Harry. Thank you for the opportunity. I think this is my third presentation this year, so I'm going to try and mix it up a bit.
Thank you very much.
Not to bore the participants. So let's start. I obviously just need to quickly talk a little bit about our project and what we do. And just for those of you that you still don't know, Cape Town Air Access is a partnership, multi-sector and multi-governmental partnership with the main goal of promoting air route network development for the Western Cape. So we mainly focus on Cape Town International Airport, but we do also consider the other airports in the Western Cape, George and Brett. So we've got some very important partners that help us to deliver on our goals for this project. We are mainly funded by the Western Cape government and the City of Cape Town. AXA is a very strategic partner as they own and operate the airport. And then we also have partnerships with Cape Town Tourism and South African Tourism in terms of promoting the destination, worldwide. What makes the project very interesting is that we also have a private sector partnership with very important companies that fund the project and also obviously believe in promoting air access to develop, to promote economic development and job creation. So currently we have Investec, the V&A Waterfront, the Oceana Group, and DHL as part of our partnerships, and some of our previous partners include Naspers, Jogosan, Oasis Holdings, and Leo Collection. So that's it for the introduction to Cape Town Air Access. What I want to do now is I'm just going to go through a few slides and statistics. Hopefully all of it will make sense when I'm finished, but we had a few slides already, but I just want to show you, this is the figures from AXA in terms of what was going on the previous 12 months or so. And as you can see there, the July figures for this year, in terms of the same figures for 2019, 2020, was only at a 22% recovery, and that was mainly due to the unrest we experienced in KZN and Gauteng. What is positive is that we, for the first half of August, have already seen a jump back to just about 30% of traffic compared to the previous period, and hopefully this trend will continue now. What is evident here is that our domestic, passenger traffic follows the COVID waves and the lockdown restrictions as implemented by government. So to get any consistency, obviously, would mean that we need to, it would probably mean that we need to return to some kind of normality, and where we, have consistency in prediction or consistency in what's coming next, which is very difficult currently. In terms of air cargo, also just an interesting picture. This is the ACOC statistics that was released up to July. And I couldn't really explain the big drop because this is now for the whole period, January to July. So it's a 7-month period for this year. And you can see there's quite a drop in the figures for 2021. Obviously in July, there was a big drop because of the unrest, but I have spoken to one of the ACOC representatives, and it also might be because there's a bit of a difference in the methodology, which unfortunately makes the figures not that comparable. But what I actually want to show you is that the domestic cargo only represents about 9% of cargo movements in South Africa. This is now air cargo. The major movements and the bulk of air cargo is actually related to imports and then the exports. So you can see here that we've got as was mentioned previously by DHL as well, we've got a very positive picture in terms of international air cargo, where there's already been a 33% increase for the 7-month period this year. And we are about 6% below the 2019 figures. So in terms of air cargo is really leading the recovery in terms of aviation development and making routes for airlines viable. Some of the airlines fly with very low load factors currently into South Africa, but they make up that, that loss in passenger revenue, they make up with some cargo that they can transport. What is very positive is that the July figures are 19% higher than 2019 and 77% higher than the 2020 figures already. So I think this trend is going to continue, and hopefully we'll see some more attention being paid to air cargo going into the future. In terms of the route network currently for South Africa, it's not a bad picture. I think we are relatively well connected to most destinations, and we've had recent restarts of Delta Airlines to Atlanta, Singapore Airlines flying into Changi in Singapore, and then also Emirates, probably the most recent addition with putting a lot of capacity back into the South African market. But we also have, we still have a long way to go. So I've just compared August 2019 with August 2021, and you can see that in August 2019, there were 4,500 frequencies inbound for South Africa for the month. And currently for this month, we'll probably have about 2,100. So that's, just under 50% recovery in terms of frequencies. But there are also some significant airlines not operating currently. In Namibia, unfortunately, will probably not come back as they're in liquidation. Alitalia also having problems out of Italy. And then Ascar Airlines in Togo will hopefully come back at some point. Cathay Pacific announced they will not fly to South Africa this year. El Al from Israel, Etihad, as mentioned now by our colleagues from the Civil Aviation Authority, Iberia, LATAM, all having financial problems. Qantas, it's going to be a while before they probably operate international flights again. And then Saudi Arabian Airlines. And then the biggest missing piece in the South African aviation sector, mentioned also by Roger, SAA and SA Express. What is interesting about SA is that in August 2019, they operated about a quarter of those frequencies. So just over 1,000 frequencies, which is a significant amount. And what is interesting about the figures we have now in August 2021, of the 2,150, Airlink is doing about half of that. So they've really picked up a lot of the slack and a lot of the gaps left by SAA. So that's positive for us and for the route network. So if we turn our attentions to the historic passenger recovery now for South Africa, you can see there that the international passenger recovery, that it's not a great picture currently. We're sitting at about 15% in July of pre-COVID figures, if you compare it to 2019, 2020. And there is still a long way to go in terms of getting confidence back into the international passenger market. If we break that down into countries, this is also an interesting picture for me. You can see there that the African continent is leading the recovery. And that is mainly because that's where we don't really have any travel restrictions. People can travel freely between most African countries to and from South Africa. So Zimbabwe, a very important market. And we can see that we are already sitting at about a 41% recovery for the first 6 months of this year. Namibia the same, even though Namibia is not flying. Airlink and FlyWest Air is flying to Namibia, Botswana, and then you can see the first intercontinental destination is the USA, sitting at about a 15% recovery. So there's a lot of scope for improvement in the intercontinental destinations. I'm sure the UAE will also pick up with Emirates coming back now, and then we are still hoping for travel restrictions to be, for the United Kingdom to relax. And then Germany will also pick up with the relaxation of travel restrictions between Germany and South Africa. So out of the 15 top countries, 11 are African countries currently. So if we want to forecast, and it's maybe just a fool that would try that now, but I'm going to put my head on a block here and try and show you what we are doing now, and trying to see what the passenger figures will be going forward. So if we look at the upcoming summer season for South Africa, I took this out of our OAG schedules analyzer yesterday, and it shows what the forecast is for seat capacity. So that's what airlines puts into the system. And that's what's then, shown here. So you can see there that, for this period, there's obviously a big increase in seat capacity for December. January, February is always a lower month, and then back up in March before Easter. But the problem with this is, if we did this analysis, if we took a snapshot and I did this analysis 2 months before that, on the 7th of June, this would have been the picture. So if you're trying to do any type of planning, and you were planning for October, let's say, there would have been a difference of 68,000 seats in your planning horizon, which let's say we take a 50% load factor, that's 34,000 passengers that wouldn't have showed up for your flights. So it obviously is very difficult to make any kind of predictions, but I'm not going to let that stop me. So what I did here is looked at the actual that we had up to now, and then the next 2 months we did an estimate based on the current trajectory of growth, and then I did a forecast firstly based on the seat capacity that I just showed you. But what we do is we'll be a little bit more conservative, and we'll hope that we can reach those type of growth figures for the coming 6 months up to March next year. So this will lead to a recovery percentage compared to 2019, 2020. As you can see there, for August and September, 25%, and then we'll go up to March to about 46%. So I'm really hoping that we can reach even the bottom purple line there if possible. This will then translate into about 1.24, between 1.24 and 1.43 million passengers for that 6 month period, which is a recovery of about 40%. But this will translate into an average tourism spend brought into the country of between 7 and 8 billion rand. So, it's obviously very important that we try and get to these figures, but that will obviously entail, not having any further regression in the health situation in South Africa or the world, and also focusing our efforts on getting all our international air route services back to South Africa and increasing the capacity. That is also a big focus currently for us in Cape Town Air Access. So a few interventions and this is my final slide, that I just want to talk about in terms of what can be done to ensure that we recover these air services. Because it's not that easy, it's not going to come by itself. And, we can sit back and say, well, airlines will just come back to South Africa. But unfortunately, the real situation is that currently there's a war of 4 routes in the world due to the limited demand and limited capacity available. So as a country, we really need to focus our efforts to get all the airlines we had pre-COVID back into South Africa. So some of the things that we think can make this easier is obviously lobbying international governments for travel restrictions to be relaxed. I know that SATSA and a lot of the private sector companies, including also Wesgro, is lobbying the UK government actively now to take us off that red list. The UK is our top tourism market, our top passenger market, and that is very important a travel corridor for us. Then another thing is, effective collaboration between entities involved in tourism promotion and air route development. So that is like us, Cape Town Air Access. Durban Direct also has their own route development initiative for the Durban airport. And we usually work closely together every year, going to certain route development conferences and promoting the SA brand. So, that will become more important going forward again. Then we need to create an enabling environment for air route development through the modernization of our policy and regulations in aviation. I think it's almost, as if policy and regulations always lag behind. And I think there's a real need to modernize and liberalize our policy and regulations in South Africa. One of the great initiatives now is AXA, having a renewed focus on improving and developing air cargo. And we're working with them on that as well. And then there's also currently Aviation Policy Review Committee process going on, led by the Department of Transport. And some of the viewpoints raised in that, in that process that we've been part of is that, there's positives on the major hubs becoming Aerotropolis, Joburg, Cape Town, and Durban, all having the airport as a center, a centerpiece in the city. But there's also some worrying comments that was raised at the conference we attended. One of them was that we should go back to a hub model where Joburg is the main hub and all international flights only fly into Joburg. In the current environment, people want to travel direct, so it's important to develop your secondary hubs as well, Durban and Cape Town as well, and even Nelspruit. So we really need to make sure that we don't go back and regress into old rhetoric. Another one is making our air service agreements more restrictive. I think air service agreements for us is enabling environment. But if we make it more restrictive and stop airlines flying into South Africa, we will lose services easily. So we need to follow the international example, gaining momentum of a more liberal stance where the open skies policies now in Africa and even intercontinental open skies becomes a reality in future. Things that we then also need to focus on, and that's the last point, is the alignment of our national government departments on execution and implementation of policy and regulations. I think one of the big things that's in the news now is the creation of some kind of digital travel pass for South Africans. It will be, I think, almost impossible in future if you don't have a COVID travel pass, or, in the near future to travel. And unfortunately, our card system currently doesn't have any type of identification barcode or scan code that you can use. So that's something that really needs to gain momentum now. And then as air access, we've had specific cases in the last few months of airlines wanting to fly into South Africa, but due to archaic principles, probably, some of them weren't allowed. I think all of you probably followed the Delta Airlines issue. They were denied rights, or not denied, they never got approval to fly a triangular route between Atlanta, Johannesburg, Cape Town, back to Atlanta, which forced them to restart their Johannesburg-Atlanta service. But the problem with this is, with the new aircraft they have, they won't be able to fly that route with full loads due to altitude and temperature, the high temperatures in Joburg. So for them to make the flight a success, they need to fly back out of Cape Town, which is a little bit shorter and obviously at sea level. So that was one of the issues we dealt with that was unfortunately not resolved. Then also Singapore Airlines also applied for a triangular route from Singapore, Joburg, Cape Town back to Singapore, but due to requirements issued by Department of Home Affairs and by the Department of Health, they actually got approval for the flight from DOT, but they couldn't operate it because there was permission was not given by the Department of Home Affairs and Department of Health to fly that route. So they are now operating a much lengthier route going back to Joburg before they go to Singapore, and that's obviously for them, costing them money and making it much more difficult to operate successfully. So yeah, that's two of the examples that we have. I think Roger mentioned the reconstitution of the Air Services Licensing Council. That's very important. If there's new applications for routes, so that we can, improve the air services into South Africa. So yeah, that's me. Thank you very much.
David, thank you indeed. It was extremely interesting. I didn't realize that air cargo is playing such a big role in actually the demand. That is very interesting.
Some airlines are just flying because they have air cargo. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to operate.
Very interesting. And the forecasting so difficult. And thank you for that practical interventions. I think that is that's paramount. It's very, very clear. David, you're available for the panel discussion just now? Thank you so much, David.
Yes.
See you in a second. Thank you very much. Right, ladies and gents, we're going to have a look at our program quickly again. So our next presenter then will be Dr. Joachim van Vermooten. He's an aviation specialist and independent advisor. He's going to talk about air transport. COVID-19 came and it did not go away. Thank you, Dr. Vermooten.
Good morning.
Morning, Dad. Good morning,
David, can you maybe just stop sharing, then I can start sharing?
I don't think he's sharing anymore, so you should be able to share.
Okay. Can you see it?
We can see it, yes.
Okay, let me just put the
slideshow mode, yes.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Well, COVID came and it did not go away. So we'll be dealing with some introductory remarks, then the global impact first, number of issues there. Then 2019 and 2020, South Africa and African countries' position in that regard. And then lastly, we'll be showing some statistics on what's happening in South Africa. Those will be in the form of charts, and it's more important to look at the actual trends than the actual figures. You'll be able to pick up the figures from the presentation a little later. And then we're going to show the last slide, which reflects airline executives' view of the timing of recovery. Right, so COVID-19 pandemic is not over. There's new variants and strains. There's more waves of the pandemic which are expected to follow, and that will threaten the future viability of many airlines. Every government takes its own COVID restrictive measures, which are unpredictable and not coordinated, to restrict travel, to curb the spread of the pandemic, such as lockdowns, travel bans, the closure of all kinds of things, and mandatory quarantines. Sorry, I just need to just here quickly. Okay, so vaccines do not represent a silver bullet. The tempo and extent of vaccinations are too slow, and that's going to be the key to actually generate new traffic to South Africa. If our competitive tourist countries are at a high vaccination rate, people will see South Africa as a higher risk and people will not come. So the high infection rates are necessary for vaccination rates are necessary for inbound tourism development. Our present vaccination certificates can easily be forged. Now, there's talk about the travel pass, bilateral or multilateral agreements, and travel bubbles, but we really have to sort that out. so that everybody that travels internationally has an acceptable verification of their status. Many passengers will remain fearful of air travel, low business demand. Everybody has become comfortable with video conferencing, virtual events, and online business and online meetings, and working from home, and that will reduce business travel demand. There are weaknesses in the economy to recover. The lower demand favors smaller aircraft. We'll see that a little later. And most airlines are in trouble. Market access is constrained due to licensing councils not being constituted. And the business cargo pricing model, especially for long-haul wide-bodied aircraft, has been broken. So that will develop into a new mode of transport development, but that's a subject for another day. Right, some IATA information. If you look at the bottom picture there, you'll see there was a decline of 60% of world travel passengers in 2020. Up to now, in 2021, that has reduced to 45%. Here we're looking at a very, very long-term world traffic evolution from 1945 to 2021. And you'll see various major events, including some black swan events, but specifically you can see the Gulf crisis, and the traffic demand went down a little bit and then resumed again. The Asian crisis, the 9/11 crisis, the SARS crisis, and the financial crisis. At this end, you can clearly see that COVID is a totally different thing. There has never been a collapse to that extent. You can see smaller collapses, but not to the same extent that is happening today. Many people regarded the recovery as a sort of a V curve, which is applicable to the cargo sector. But then they normally measured the recovery in about 6 months from when the pandemic actually develops. And if you look at the world trends at the moment, as far as revenue passenger kilometers, which is revenue passengers carried times the distance, and cargo ton kilometers, which is the tonnage, and also multiplied by the distance, you can clearly see the level of passengers dropped off. On domestic, it started to recover with some bumps. International, it's still very low, but you can see cargo has already crossed internationally, and will be on that same V-curve recovery. You had a look at this a little bit earlier, but you can see there's the V-shaped recovery plan or trends, the U-shape, the prolonged U-shape, a L-shape, and a W-shape. And things are looking like this one, unfortunately, in many of the markets. So the ICAO latest scenario, you can see it's very short term, so it's for the current calendar year. For Africa in total, and they split it up, Africa international and domestic. And you can see that there's a variation between various scenarios. And the variation on the international side is to remain fairly low. On the domestic side, it's a little bit better, which has been the trend generally everywhere. Okay, just on the United Nations World Tourism Organization's figures, on the left-hand side, you can see Africa, where we had a big downturn, and then a very, very small base still remaining. And that is mirrored by South Africa, which you get this downturn and a very, very slow base emerging. On tourist arrivals, from a global perspective, the outbreaks of new strains and new containment measures do change people's perceptions. Here you'll see the recurrent slope in July, and in September they've already downgraded it. So that happens the whole time where you have a lower adjustment due to recent events. Right, the second bit is, where does South Africa now stand? On top, you'll see the seats produced by airlines based in these various countries. And on the bottom is flights undertaken, domestic and international. So this is a combination of domestic and international. First one is Africa. You'll see that's its level. It turned down by 56%, and it accounts for 2.6% of the world traffic or seats produced in 2019, and that went down to 2.1% in 2020. If we look at South Africa, we were 0.5% of international traffic seats produced, and that went down to 0.4. South Africa's total role in Africa is 18%, and that went down to 17%. So I think many people have an impression that South Africa is the biggest, but you have to remember that the northern belt of Africa is really integrated with the European Union. Right, if we split that into domestic markets and international markets, you'll see South Africa there in the first place on the domestic market side, and it's massive if you compare it to the other traffic volumes, but it dropped significantly by almost 60%. And it came down from 39% of all domestic traffic in Africa to 29%, but it's still ranked number 1. So it's the largest domestic market in Africa. On international markets, we're not at top. We used to be fourth in 2019, and that went down to 5th in 2020. And there's the Canary Islands, which is significantly higher than South Africa, Egypt and Morocco, and then later Ethiopia overtook us in 2020, which I'm sure that everybody will be recognizing. Right, on domestic markets, just a chart to show you the major differences between the physical volumes. And on the international side, we're in the 4th position and 5th position. But you can also see the massive drop in 2019 to 2020. Okay, sorry. Right, now the third element is the OXA import information. I've taken everything for OXA first, all OXA airports, and there's 2 ways to present it. This is the way that I'll present it in this presentation. But if you look at international ways that they are presenting the same type of information, they start with a 0, and then the current month as a percentage of what that month would have been in 2019, which is regarded as the base month. So the 2020 year will be compared to the 2019 period, and the 21 year will also be compared to the 2019 figures. It's a little bit difficult to convert one's thinking to that way, so I've dealt it in this way. So if we look at all international routes by OXA airports, we have 2 sets of curves. The blue curve is basically the passengers carried, and its scale is on the left, which is also in blue. And on the top here, you'll see the red line, that's the actual flights undertaken. So flights is an indicator of supply, but I haven't converted into seats actually produced. but the overall trends would be the same. So what do we see? We saw a sort of a level at that level of flights being operated, and you can see the seasonal trends over the years. And then you can see the sharp downfall, and then you can see a recovery, so massive downfall, and then in flights also operated a downturn, but also some sort of a recovery, and you can see the ups and downs, but at a much lower rate or lower tempo than has been the case before. If you then divide the passenger numbers by the number of flights, you get to the average loads carried by those airlines. So what you'll see is it used to be in the vicinity of, say, 160 to 170. Now, if you fly a very large aircraft in 250 to 400 seats, you can clearly see that it's fairly low load factors. That has dropped off even much more, where on these big aircraft, you then operate very, very small number of passengers, say in the vicinity of 50. Now, those airlines that are allowed to carry cargo on passenger decks, which we may not do, as far as I remember, since the Helderberg accident, the cargo side could, help in this regard, but it's a severe risk. One has to take off your hat for the willingness of the international airlines to actually operate passenger aircraft to South Africa in circumstances where it's extremely, extremely low load factors. Right, then we look at regional flights. Again, in this side, we have quite some seasonality on flights operated, and even larger seasonality on passengers carried. We had the full collapse, and then we had the recovery, but in the last few months, since May, we've had a sharp fall off. And the fall off in actual traffic carried is far larger than the fall off of capacity of flights actually operated. So as you can imagine, what does that do on the average loads of airlines? So you can see the average loads were fairly low, about 50 seats per flight, and that's dropped off to about half of it in the early 20s. That has also started to fall since April, and the capacity the flights have been reduced a little bit, but it's a disturbing trend that the passenger volumes are really, the loads are very, very low. So if one looks at the passenger loads of about, say, 20 seats on a regional flight, you think of start-up of SAA on the regional services with 130 and 180-seater aircraft, you can see that's going to make horrendous losses for some time to come. Right, and then domestic markets, that's generally the same for all the airports. It's a more flat type of capacity offering, with flights very flat. There is some seasonality, but not much, but some seasonality. We again have the big drop-off, a recovery, and then a sort of a turned over or double head chart, and a fall off very rapidly from March this year in both flights operated and passengers carried. On the domestic market, if you can see historically, we average about, say, between 100 and 120 seats per flight on average for the whole industry. So many of those flights are operated by 180 seaters. So you can clearly see not all the 180 seaters will be profitable. That level has come down to a much lower level as well. And recently, since April, it's really dropped off from about 100 seats per flight to about 68 seats passengers a flight. So that implies that there is a major risk in operating larger aircraft in the domestic market. And that also explains why airlines like Airlink and SemAir has been very successful in entering and expanding on domestic flights. Right, I'm going to have a quick look at the other airports. Not a very long look, but let's have a quick look at them. It's much the same for all of them, except a few that have some differences, and I'll point that out. Johannesburg, very similar. The international side of things is very similar to what has happened for the whole of the AXA group. And you can again see the increase in number of passengers per flight and a sudden decrease. But it is, this last decrease is certainly worrying. And that is different for Cape Town and for Durban, as a matter of fact. On the regional side, you can see the same trend, increase and then a decrease in passenger volumes. The number of flights actually operated was increasing more dramatically, and hence you've had a fairly big drop of average loads carried by regional aircraft. Then on Johannesburg, the domestic passenger flights, the same curve as we've had for the group. It affects most of the traffic volumes through the country, but the disturbing sign is a very sharp drop-off since April to July on actual traffic carried, and consequently you also saw a drop-off in the flights being operated by airlines. Cape Town, it's a little bit different, where you can see a positive increase over the last few months in actual passengers carried, also in the number of flights. And then as far as the loads are concerned, we had a decline. It was from about half of what it used to be. Sorry. So the level here is about half of what it used to be, but suddenly it started to swing around. So there's definitely positive things coming through from airlines operating to Cape Town. The regional side, it's the same trend as the global issue for South Africa, up and a down on our average passengers carried, so very, very low. Cape Town domestic, it's similar to the whole group, and you can clearly see since April again, a downturn in physical flights undertaken and by passengers actually carried. We also see a downturn in the loads actually carried on average per flight. And that is really worrying, and it again demonstrates the need to operate smaller equipment. Durban, similar trend to Cape Town. We've had a downturn in the actual flight operations, but slowly there's a small recovery in the number of passengers carried. And also very positive is quite a high increase on the average loads of flights undertaken through to Durban. Regional dropped and remained there, so that has collapsed completely. Durban domestic, it's very similar to the rest, but the traffic volumes remain quite high. So the traffic volumes remain quite high. It's only in the last few months where you had some decline, but in the last 2 months, there's been a turnaround again. So very interesting. Port Elizabeth, downturn, as all the domestic markets. The domestic levels of loads was far lower than it used to be, and also declined recently. East London, the same type of decline. and a decline carrying on average loads. George, it's the same trend, also a decline since about April, and very recently as well, a decline in the average loads carried by flights. Bloemfontein, similar trends, just on a lower level, 50 seats about on average there, but that's rapidly declined our loads that we carried there. Then Kimberley, it's much the same as Bloemfontein, just at a bit of a lower level. And then Uppington, the same type of domestic trend as we saw with the other places. So the big question is, when are we back to so-called normal, or the 2019 levels? And this is yesterday's survey issued by IATA, and we thank Lyndon Burns for that. They asked a number of senior executives, when will the demand recovery take place, about the level of 2019, and the timing of the restart of long-haul traffic, and obviously many different views. So the bulk of it is for traffic volumes to return in 2023, so that's quite a way off. And the majority is also 2022 for long-haul traffic. And obviously that will depend on vaccination rates, as I said a little bit before, and the adoption of some electronic proof of vaccination. And that's where I leave you. So I pause for a moment that all this can sink in. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Joachim. This was very well statistically supported presentation and very interesting. And it's interesting the projections and where we're going in future. But let me not waste the people's time. I think people would love to engage with you in the panel discussion. So if you can please stay where you are and ask David King, as he's done, switch on his camera, and Findy, if she can switch on her camera, so we can kindly allow the panelists to ask some questions. So ladies and gents, you're welcome to use the reactions at the bottom of your screen and raise your hand. If you want to ask a question, you can ask a question for one member of the panel or for the panel as a whole. So you can raise your hand and I can recognize you. I see already there's been some comments and questions in the chat room. So I'm just going there quickly. I see Anastasia said, I'm interested in how this has led to the creation of new regulations and how the Civil Aviation Authority will be involved in assisting the tourism sector to recover from the pandemic. Cindy, can you perhaps respond on that one?
Yes, of course I can. You'll note that most of the regulatory changes that have happened since the outbreak of COVID have been mostly to assist the industry to navigate their way through their businesses. So there hasn't been any changes to existing regulations, but there has been new regulations introduced as a way of assisting the industry to navigate their way around. Of course, we are quite open, and we've got stakeholder forums that we sit in on an ongoing basis as the regulator, and we would be glad to engage the tourism industry in any way that we can assist or add value to their industry, because the two industries are quite interlinked, I concede.
Thank you, Findy. I don't know if one of the other panelists would like to comment.
No, if I may. I think it's necessary. We know that COVID will bring about stop-start situations. So we really need an enabling environment which can react quickly and grant authority, rapidly, and also extend the enabling environment, even granting more rights, than provided for under the SATAM thing. as opportunities will arise, small and newer these, but if it's a very long process, the opportunity will be gone before startups can actually enter the market. And hence we can't actually operate without the licensing authorities. And I think we have to broaden the aviation policy, because it's clear that South Africa's tourism development will remain to be dependent on foreign airlines. Those airlines don't ask our government for subsidies. So it's a very easy way to actually do things. But also within Africa, many airlines are locked into dominant positions in markets that are just too small, where you can't really develop the scale of activities that you need to become economically sustainable. So I actually think that there is a great opportunity to adopt a sort of an internal market, even on a smaller scale, use the travel bubble system to actually start that off, and just start to operate these things as one integrated internal market. That's also the same for the regulatory authorities, where the total cost to actually duplicate all the authorities across Africa is just too high for governments. So there must be some collective opportunity for the collective of African states to actually cooperate and reduce the total cost for consumers.
Thank you, Dr. van Woerten. I see there's another one, Marcel Langeslag. She's saying, is the drop-off in flight and PAX flight numbers over the past few months not simply an amplified seasonally effect?
No, I think the biggest thing was the travel ban on Gauteng. Gauteng, people could only remain in Gauteng, so airlines could freely operate leisure travel between Oliver Tambo Airport and Lanseria, but it's not a very popular route, So other than that, because the heart of the economy is based here, it had immediate impact, So, and people's, it's not only a regulatory thing. People are scared, And our vaccination rollout is too slow and too limited, We should get everybody to actually vaccinate as quickly as possible, And I know that there are steps to do that, but we need to radically accelerate that, because people are scared, and they remain at home. You need an open, free market approach for people to be able to trade and to make bookings as they see fit. And business, as we said a little bit earlier, is going to be constrained a lot due to video conferencing and all those type of things. It will still happen, but it will happen much on a lower scale than before.
Thank you so much for that. Let me just see if there's another question here, perhaps. I was thinking about Cape Town looking different from the others. I said, yeah, maybe that's because David is there and Wesco making things look different. So well done, David. All right, so it doesn't seem to me, YouTube, the guys are quiet, the panel, So it seems to me the people are happy and you convince them of your presentations. So let's go over to closing remarks. If we can start with Findy, maybe. If you can give us some closing comments, then we'll do David and then Joachim. And then I don't know if Muriel, our host, would like to say a few words in closure, but let's start with Findy. Thank you, Findy.
Thanks, Harry. First, let me thank you for giving an opportunity to the South African Civil Aviation Authority to come and talk in the conference. And I think from our side as the regulator, really, we believe that if there's any successes to be realized by the civil aviation industry, it is only going to be through collaborations. I mean, Joachim has said a lot in that regard, and I do agree with him. It is only through ongoing engagement and not really after the pandemic, even now during the pandemic, that we can find each other and also come up with directions and guidelines that are workable for the industry. Because our intention ultimately is to make sure that the industry grows and certainly it recovers from COVID-19. And we want to be a solution in that regard. We don't want to be a stumbling block. And therefore, engagement for us is key. And we are open to any proposals from the industry to make that a possibility. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Fendi. Indeed, you can call on the Transport Forum and our participants to collaborate, and we will gladly help you. Thank you so much for your time and sharing. David.
Thanks, Harry. Yeah, I see there's another question from Marcel. He says, will the crisis lead to more protectionism or rather more open skies in Southern Africa? So, yeah, Marcel, it's a trick question. No, the thing is, what I've seen through our dealings is that the countries that don't have a national or local carrier are obviously more open to international carriers coming in or carriers from other countries because they know that they need the connectivity. So for me, it feels like the countries that have carriers will always have a type of managed liberalization because they need to make sure that the carriers they have are able to operate and do it profitably. So I don't think the situation is going to change that much going forward. It's going to be more of the same. But yes, my hope is in future that we see a more open skies policy throughout Africa. As we know, I think the private sector is very good in meeting demand and putting in the necessary supply. Yeah, for me, just a final comment is that I think if the capacity is there, people might be a little afraid to travel, but what we've seen from the airlines that fly into Cape Town is if the service is there, then you suddenly get an increase in passengers. So hopefully this can continue, and as airlines come back into the market, we'll see more passengers on those flights.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, David. Much appreciated. Dr. Vermooten.
Thank you very much, Harry. I think the bottom line is that, starting with the connectivity issue that David raised, I think within Africa, many governments think that connectivity actually depends on their own state-owned airline. But that is not true. Every bilateral that you create, every right that is taken up by an airline, whether it's a local or a foreign airline, is part of that country's connectivity. If you look at how it's actually calculated, it takes your airport and then it says, okay, where can you actually go? That's how simple it is. And that's the name of the game with connectivity. And we shouldn't throw that away. So I think one has to recognize that connectivity actually means connectivity by all airlines. And those airlines are part of your country's system of network of flights or route network, whether they are locally owned or foreign owned. The second issue is on liberalization. It is very clear that countries that have liberalized have not gone back. Nobody has actually, turned back the clock to the 1940s or 50s because the consumer benefits are overwhelming. And that's the danger of so-called centralizing your state-owned airline because you actually keep a non-performing, inefficient airline in the market where it should in reality exit and be replaced by more efficient airlines. That's how competitive markets work. And that's what we need to achieve. We need a competitive industry that can really compete on world standards. On the technical side, we harmonize with international standards, and we should actually foster and enable an industry to develop on the same basis of a worldwide competitiveness. So I really hope that, things don't get turned around and, turn back the clock to the 1950s, 60s, but that we actually proceed because the opportunity is now right.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Joachim. Ladies and gents, let's give our panel a big hand. Thank you very much for sharing your excellent knowledge with us. Competitive thinking here, that's important, and we really appreciate your time. Thank you so much. I don't know, Muriel, if you would like to say something in closure. I would also like to make use of this opportunity to say to Muriel, happy birthday. It's great having you with us on your birthday. May you be blessed and have a spoiled day and a beautiful year ahead. Thank you, Muriel.
Thank you, Harry. I think just from Bidec Cargo's side, thank you to all the participants and for sharing, first of all, giving up your time. We're all busy in these times. Very interesting and informative presentations. Agree, it's a very challenging time for the airline industry. But as we've seen with a lot of our guys that presented today, and it goes through flexibility, planning, contingency planning, collaboration, and I think just hanging in there, are prepared to hang in there, are very, I would say, will be rewarded at the end of the time. So I think, Harry, also thank you for you putting this, your time and effort to get the session together today. Really appreciate it. And I just want to wish everybody luck for the few months ahead, because hopefully next year will be a better year than what we've experienced so far.
Indeed. Thank you so much, Muriel. Let's give Bidec Cargo and the rest of our sponsors a big hand. Thank you very much for your support. Jens, the next Transport Forum, the Transport Forum on will be 2nd of September. Importance of agile supply chains in the face of civil unrest. We hope to see all of you there as well. But please take care, and we look forward to seeing you guys again. Thank you very much to all our panelists and Bidec Cargo for hosting this event today.